there in the office?
I am.
I think I heard yes.
Yes, you did.
Perfect. Thanks, Robert. Welcome everybody to the October 27, 2021 Provo City Planning Commission meeting. I've been given a statement to read about having virtual meetings. I'll go ahead and do that. And I think it's understood, but I didn't write this. I didn't make a determination about having meetings in person or not. But I'll read the statement nonetheless. Due to Utah County's high level of coronavirus cases as determined by the state's COVID-19 transmission index, I have determined that conducting meetings with an anchor location presents a substantial risk to the health and safety of those who may be present there. Therefore, for the next 30 days, all meetings of the Planning Commission will be conducted via electronic means. So that out of the way, let's go ahead next and do our roll call. And let's start with Commissioner Jones.
Holly Jones, no conflicts.
Thank you. Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
Lisa Jensen, no conflicts.
Thank you. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Daniel Gonzalez, no conflict.
Commissioner Urquiaga.
Laurie Urquiaga, no conflicts.
Commissioner Henry.
Brian Henry, no conflicts.
Thank you. Commissioner Knudsen.
Rob Knudsen, no conflicts.
Thank you. I am Dave Anderson and I have no conflicts. Before we dive into item number one, I'd like to take a quick minute to do a little bit of housekeeping relative to tonight's agenda. Is Mr. Pepperoni within earshot?
Yes, I'm here.
How would you feel about us right now acknowledging that we likely will go ahead and address item number 7 before items 5 and 6? Is that?
That'd be fine.
Okay. So I think that's kind of our plan of attack for the night, with the understanding that we have a fairly full agenda and that items 5 and 6, know that Mr. Gleason's with us here for that. But those being city initiated, we likely won't have as much of the public here wanting to speak to those maybe as item number 7. So we'll go 1, 2, another question, I guess, for staff. Would we anticipate hearing items 1 and 2 together? Or would you suggest that we do that?
I would suggest we take them separately.
Separately, okay. Great, then we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 5, and 6. And with that, item number 1, Brighton Development requests concept plan approval for a commercial master plan in the community shopping center zone located at 2300 North University Parkway. Mr. Ardmore.
Thank you. Are you seeing the advance in the slide?
I think we're just seeing the welcome home.
Okay, let's change this. Sorry. Sorry, it's sharing on, I have 2 screens here. It's sharing on my one screen, but not the other.
Yeah, I think Zoom just had an update. It's now dual screen if you're using 2 screens.
Let's just do this. How about that? Do we see that?
Yes.
We got it.
All right. Not ideal. It'll work. All right. So here's the area. So Carterville neighborhood, the commercial core of the mix here. I assume you all know about the mix by now. I won't go into its long history, but essentially we've approved condominiums over here on the east side. This is a concept plan application for the commercial core. It's a general plan as mixed use, and it's in the ST3 zone. So here's what it looks like at a concept level. Essentially 7 acres of commercial space, which is taken up by the 8 building pads and associated parking with those pads. Through the site, you've got a mix of office here and here, hair school, and then retail and restaurant uses on the smaller pads. Based on the square footages of the uses, 509 spaces would be required. The concept is showing a little bit more at 517. The applicant has provided some conceptual elevations for the different buildings. So this is that office building on the east side that has kind of the corner of the bigger office building. This is kind of a concept for the majority of the smaller retail and restaurant uses. This is the other office concept, and this is the hair school concept. Staff has gone through this. Again, it's a concept level, so it doesn't have all the details that you typically see in a project plan. The intent of bringing this to you is to get go ahead, essentially, for the applicant to move forward with these, it's trying to secure some of these tenants. And then each individual pad, going back to this, each individual pad would come in with a full project plan later on once those contracts and so forth have been worked out. So staff kind of evaluated it at a concept level. We think it works. The parking obviously is met. The walkability of this seems to work pretty well with the condos on the east, the apartments, which you'll see on the next item to the north. I'm kind of connecting those with sidewalks, crosswalks, and then connecting all of the commercial together, having connections through the site. And you see here a large kind of gathering area in the middle for outdoor dining or whatever it may be. So staff feels like this is at a concept level something that should be approved, so the tenant can, or so the applicant can move forward with pursuing those tenant contracts. If you have any other questions for me, I'd be happy to answer those.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Ardmore? Aaron, I don't see any hands. Is there anybody with Brighton Development with us tonight?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you have anything you'd like to add to what Mr. Ardmore presented?
No, I wish I could tell you exactly who we're talking to, because I'm pretty excited about different users that are coming into the site. We do have one lease signed on the big office building and a couple food users that are right on the edge. And so we're hoping to put together, we've been working with Keith Morey, and we're going to hopefully put together a press release here soon to kind of make the announcement of who these users are. But I'm pretty excited about it. I think it's going to come together, and we're using the same architect for all of the designs within the whole mixed development. And they've been trying pretty hard to come up with a cohesive look for the whole project, and I think they've done a pretty good job of it. So we're excited, and I'm happy to answer any questions about the layout and different uses in different buildings if you have questions on that.
Great, thank you. And I'm sorry, did you say your name's Shawn? Are you Shawn Poor?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Poor?
I have my hand up.
Do you? How am I missing that?
It's hiding in the fake shelving behind me.
Shoot.
So.
No, it's really not showing up on my screen that way. So I apologize. We might have to just get vocal. But yes, Commissioner Urquiaga.
Thank you. I'll start off, Mr. Poor, by saying that I am so happy to see all of the tree planters in your parking lot. This is the first project I think we've ever seen that has had all of those that I've been looking for months and months. So congratulations for.
I wish I could take credit for that. That's actually in your code.
Yes, it is the code, but you're still the first person who's shown that in the concept. So
okay.
Happy to have
Great.
that. So I'm not sure, do you already have a hair school on board? Is that why, or is that not announceable yet? Or
we do. There is one that purchased that parcel from us.
okay, and I'm assuming that with the other parcels that the actual final plan will be determined based on who it is that is going to occupy that space.
Yeah, and that was one thing I kind of talked with Aaron about on the concept level. I was nervous showing elevations because with these different tenants, some of them we haven't figured out, and some of them can be very picky on what the exterior of their building looks like. But we do have some strict design guidelines, and we'll try and hold them to it. But we've got about half of the pads that we're retaining ownership that we're pretty far along in discussions with users.
That is great to hear. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now I'm a little bit nervous that if somebody does have their hand up, I'm not going to catch it. Does anybody else have any other questions for Mr. Poor about item number 1?
Like Brian has his hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a different color than it's been in the past. I just wasn't picking it up. Commissioner Henry, sorry about that.
Yeah, I guess just a house cleaning note. Zoom now, when you raise your hand, it moves your picture to the upper left corner and will put you in line of when you raised your hand, just so you're aware. And then you can change the color. You can change the color of your hand in the settings. Okay. First of all, I also wanted to address the tree wells in the parking lot. I love seeing those. My concern, though, is that often those trees don't last very long. And from landscape architecture classes, different ways that have been shown, I guess this is more a comment for Mr. Ardmore. Using permeable pavers beyond the tree well helps water and air get down into the root zone in those areas. Is there any standard at the city to include something like that?
Not currently, no.
Okay. That came up on another project recently I couldn't comment on because I designed it. But so that makes me wonder on some of these, like right in the center where it says 171 stalls, Mr. Poor, as I look at that and see that fairly large landscape buffer to the, would be what, the northeast, would you be willing to turn that strip of diamonds into an actual like 4-foot planter, taking 4 feet out of that large landscape buffer to the northeast to help those trees survive?
Yeah, I don't see an issue with that.
I guess that's something we can talk about, but just those diamonds, the trees just, they don't do well. They always die. I know BYU at the Marriott Center has a bunch of empty diamonds with no trees in them. And then I guess, Aaron, you and I can talk more about things we can do to help those trees survive more. But overall, though, I really like that kind of combined drive-through lane there on the southwest in the center. That's kind of cool. Overall, nice plan. I think this is a good balance. The parking is kind of spread out a little more, and not bad.
Yeah, and I had the same concern about the tree diamonds. I actually had a conversation with my landscape architect about it. He's going to put a lot more details on the installation. He said the problem is a lot of times they go up against like a road base and the water can't get through it. And so we have the same goal. We want to make sure this looks nice, and we don't have a bunch of trees that we bought that die the next year. So we'll do our best to keep them alive as well.
Yeah. Some permeable pavers with structural soil allows the water and air to get in a larger root area, which helps those trees to survive. A little road base on top, though, helps them from pushing the roots through the asphalt. So.
Yeah, I guess that's probably true too.
So, no, very well done.
Thank you.
Commissioner Henry, if I understood you right, you were just suggesting that they do maybe an island instead of the diamonds in the parking lot. Did I get that right or not?
In one specific place, it looks like there's room to do an actual island.
Yeah.
There's a lot of places where that wouldn't be possible. There's no way, unless you change building footprints, to change the diamonds. But you can install the diamonds in a way that will help the trees survive, as well as parking blocks so cars. The other big problem, trucks that back into parking stalls can nick the trees with the bumpers. And so having a parking block that keeps the cars away from the tree a little bit helps. It's a tricky solution. It's a good benefit. It's just tricky to implement.
Well, I guess I appreciate you pointing it out. I didn't zero in quite that tightly in terms of the detail, but I'd much rather just have one island right in the middle, even if it means that you lose 2 parking spaces on each of those 2 rows of parking, and just to handle it that way and to get away from the use of the diamonds altogether. So that's maybe my thought. And I think we might be best served just to look at that back with the project plan review at this point.
Yeah, I agree. If you can do islands, they're better. If they don't fit, the diamond works, but it's not ideal.
Yeah, in the place you suggested, Brian, that one I think would work. The southeast and northwest are kind of tight.
Yeah.
But in that center area where it says 171 stalls, I can do that.
Cool.
Okay, now I know what to look for. Oh, I see it. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, just as a comment, I've seen people use the diamonds typically when there's a parking issue and they want to squeeze spaces in. So I don't know if changing from diamonds to an island and removing a parking space or losing parking space would be an issue for this and not being code compliant.
And from my perspective, just with the numbers that Aaron is giving us here, it looks like there is a little bit of leeway in terms of maybe being able to forego a few spaces and still meet the parking requirements. I'm usually a pretty big advocate for as much parking as we can get, so wouldn't want to go overboard with having them go much lower parking count wise, but I think that's good food for thought, maybe for the applicant to take and to incorporate into the final design. Okay. Starting to get a little bit confident that I don't see any hands raised. So that being the case, Rachel, are you the one that's helping us with the public hearing? Or for that matter, whoever is. Let's go ahead and move into public hearing. And because we do have what might be a fairly time-consuming agenda tonight, we're going to ask people to keep their comments to 3 minutes. And if staff has the ability maybe to help us with a clock, just so we can stay on point with that, that time allotment. I think that would be helpful.
Okay, currently we do not have any public comment, but let me wait 30 seconds since there is that lag. No public comments at this time.
Wonderful, thank you. We will go ahead and close the public hearing then for item number 1. And commissioners, any additional discussion, questions of staff or the applicant, anything like that for item number 1? Commissioner Urquiaga?
Thanks again. I just, with the diamonds, I think that we decided or that we approved a ordinance text change. So this is between the commissioners and the city staff. But I think those diamonds are the preferred option. They're not necessarily the one that I don't have any investment in that. But if we don't like the diamonds, then the ordinance or the guidelines to the developers probably need to be changed, which doesn't really have anything to do with Mr. Poor, but something for us to keep in mind.
I appreciate that. I think that's spot on. I think it is something that's worth discussing at some later time. Commissioner Jensen?
I just wanted to give my own opinion because I know you guys were wondering why I hadn't said anything yet. It was a little bit silent on my part. I love the fact that there's as much parking as they can get in there. I'm with Mr. Anderson on that I tend to not have too much faith in the fact that people will leave their cars behind. I like the buffer layout of the development where how it blends in with the housing in a least invasive way. I'm not super crazy about the architectural style. I was glad to hear from Mr. Poor that the same architect is doing all of it because the renderings don't really show that it's a nice blend. So I'm just gonna have to trust you on that one. But other than that, this looks like a great project. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any other thoughts on item number 1? If not, we may be ready for a motion. Commissioner Henry?
Okay, I'm going to think out loud for a minute. This is one of those hybrid projects, the mix, where we've got housing and we've got commercial. They're still kind of zoned separately, and yet it's still a walkable community. So it kind of feels like a hybrid between walkable and drive to. We're accommodating both. I'm thinking about pedestrians as you use this as a pedestrian. The sidewalk connections are pretty good. I just wonder in a couple places if raised sidewalks, especially mid-block crossings, to have raised sidewalks. Some fascinating research I did on those found that with a raised crosswalk, you don't even need a stop sign. The cars naturally stop for pedestrians in a raised crosswalk, where they get angry and frustrated if it's a street level crosswalk. It's a very minor psychological thing, but that suggestion of a raised crosswalk to sidewalk level, maybe not all of them, but a fair amount of these could be that.
Aaron, can you put the site plan back up for us?
Yes.
So there's what appears to be the kind of the main four-way stop there.
Right.
And I think that would be a great thing for staff and the applicant to look into when this is taken to that next step with the project plan design. Even though from a zoning perspective, and I appreciate what you said and the way that you said it, it's not one holistic project, maybe by way of how it's proposed to be entitled. But I think this really is a very walkable type of a situation, of course, right? I mean, I would go as far as to say, kind of textbook. But
I agree that it is walkable because we have all the elements. So it's a complete community. Really, it's the parking. It's the cars, again, that create these holes in the walking experience. It turns it into a hybrid, which I don't think a futon is proper for this because it's a really good hybrid in this instance. You've got the people that'll drive to this space, but you've also got the amenities for those who live there and will walk to these spaces. So, I mean, as far as hybrid design goes, I think it's really good. It's just missing teeth here and there because of the parking, which solving that is, other than a parking structure with ground level buildings, you're never going to get away from that. So, no, overall, I feel like it's, given the context, I think it's probably the best we could hope for, unless we were going to go to parking structures and double the square footage of everything and double the heights. So I think for what it is, it's pretty well done plan.
yeah, my 2 cents worth again. I completely agree. And for Mr. Poor and Mr. Ardmore, I think if you can take Commissioner Henry's comments into consideration, like I said, when this is taken to the next step, I think certainly there are great opportunities to really emphasize pedestrian routes and to do what can be done to, where possible, make the pedestrian paths kind of the priority path over vehicles and things like that. And there's so many different ways to do that. I think that's worth giving more thought to. Commissioner Jones?
Yeah, I just wanted to echo Commissioner Henry's statements about the walkability. I mean, if we're trying to create these kind of blended communities, even if we are designing them as separate parts, I think we really want to emphasize like pedestrian safety, pedestrian comfort. And so just looking at it, we have those two really large parking areas in the upper and lower corners. And so I would like to see, landscaping or street design or things that could kind of emphasize that pedestrian safety as they walk through those spaces that are definitely very motor vehicle centric, and especially like bikers as well. There's a lot of ways that this design could create blind spots for things like that. So I would appreciate those kind of safety measures being taken into account as the designs become more concrete.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. And I don't know, Mr. Poor, Mr. Ardmore, do either of you guys have any questions about the flavor, at least, of what we're talking about here?
No, I think I understand.
Okay, back to Commissioner Henry.
Yeah, I guess just one more follow-up on this. I guess the easiest way to look at it is to think, where's the front door and where are those people walking to? Do they have a good connection? There's a couple spots I see here where there isn't a crosswalk, at least. Now, the streets may be slow enough that pedestrians just cross wherever. Hopefully that's the case. I feel between the apartments and the commercial, that feels very similar. Obviously, the entry drive is fairly wide compared to some of the other streets, but the one that gave me the idea, there's kind of a triangular sidewalk interface kind of right in the middle where the triangle kind of goes out in the street. That to me seems like obviously that'll be cleaned up and that'll be a straight thing with the project plan. But that to me is a perfect place for a raised crosswalk because it's not technically, or at least a pattern change. Pavers, something that says crosswalk. And then one just last comment on the architecture. I agree, it's a little flat. It feels like it's missing something. I sent Mr. Ardmore and Mr. Mills a training on architecture that I hope we can incorporate into our design review board today that can help these buildings have a little more substance going forward, but that's it. I'm done.
Great thoughts, Commissioner Henry. Quick question for staff, and I'm in no way, shape, or form suggesting that this project be redesigned significantly, but I think this is a project that is either eligible for or is part of a redevelopment area to where they would get tax increment at some point in the future. Staff, can you guys help me with that? And I don't want to get into the details, just like whether that's the case or not.
We've done areas where we've given, the property tax increment. Is that what you're referring to, Mr.
Exactly.
Anderson?
Exactly. Yeah.
I thought we created one for this area.
That's my understanding. And with that, maybe that, for me,
I can answer that if you want. There is a TIF that was created for, but it's not a very big one. It's one just to pay for the offsite sewer that we had to do. So it's not really tied to the uses necessarily. It's just tied to some offsite sewer improvements that we had to pay for.
I appreciate that. And yet the idea that that arrangement exists and that sort of a thing, I think that does make it a lot easier to expect really, really high quality architecture and that type of a thing. And I understand we're not necessarily there yet with this concept plan, but again, I appreciate what's been said about that, from the other commissioners. And I think there is good reason to expect, for a lot of reasons, that this really look first class in every way. And I don't see anything here that suggests that it won't be. I'm not saying that at all, but that's just one other thought that I had. And down to no hands up.
I'm happy to make a motion.
I think we're ready for that. Thank you.
Okay. I motion that we approve item number 1, Brighton Development requests concept plan approval for a commercial master plan in the Regional Shopping Center SC3 zone located at 2300 North University Parkway, Carterville neighborhood.
I will second.
Thank you. That was Commissioner Henry. Motion to approve. Commissioner Urquiaga seconded the motion. Any discussion on the motion?
Just to clarify that it's a motion to recommend approval to the city council, right? Oh, no, this is a motion to approve. No.
Is that correct? You have me wondering. Aaron?
So there's no asterisk, so it's approval.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So yes, I believe the motion was correct as it was stated. Any other questions or discussion on the motion? Okay, if not, we'll go right down the line. Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Urquiaga.
Aye.
Commissioner Jensen.
Aye.
Commissioner Knutson.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Henry.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. That was unanimous. Motion carries. Item number 1. And moving on, same geography, item number 2, Shawn Poor requests project plan approval for 247 apartments located at 2300 North University Parkway in the Interim Transit Oriented Development Zone. Mr. Ardmore.
Okay, thank you. So here we are again, just north of what we're looking at on the same site. Obviously, same neighborhood and plan designation. This is in the ITOD zone. And we'll just jump into the site plan. So it's about 6.2 acres. We've got 4 separate apartment buildings on the site, 4 stories each. There's a total of 245 units with a mix of studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms. The majority of those are 1 and 2s. Central to the apartment area is a 2-level clubhouse and pool. There's also a dog walking area and some other amenity space around the site. Required parking for all these residential units is 328 based on current code, and they've provided 367 with the project plan. So I'll go into some of the elevations and pictures. So here's a rendering of that typical. So 3 of the buildings are typical, and then there's this 4th building, which is somewhat different. But this is the whole apartment building. This is looking at it from the south. On the rear of these buildings, as you'll see in the floor plans, are garages on the 1st floor. And then the mix of unit types as you go up. And again, on that corner building, you still have the garages on the 1st floor and the mix of units on each floor going up. The clubhouse, there's a rendering of that looking from the south. We have floor plans for that, showing how the different rooms break down and the different uses for those areas. The landscape plan, you can see these areas which would typically have landscaping. They don't, because they're going to be covered by carports. So that if you had a question about that in your packets, that is the answer to that. They'll be covered with carports, which instead of tree shade coverage, you'll have carport shade coverage. So that requirement goes away. Overall, staff has taken this through the coordinator review committee. It's been through their, I believe, 2 or 3 reviews. So we've checked it against our city codes. It seems to fit all of our city codes for the ITOD zone. Again, staff is things that staff likes about this project. The connectivity, the central amenity space. They've actually gone way over the amenity space requirement for the number of residential square footage that they have. And again, the architecture, it's harmonious what we saw with the condos that were approved and the concepts with the commercial site. So again, we are recommending approval on this apartment project.
Mr. Ardmore, thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Ardmore? Commissioner Jensen.
I just wanted to ask about the parking. Are all of the extra parking areas, even the ones adjacent to the building, are they all carport covered?
Not all of them. So there'll be some sites, Mr. Poor could allude to which areas aren't going to be covered. I believe some of these that are kind of adjacent to the pedestrian way aren't covered by carports. Definitely the central ones are covered by carport. I think even this is covered.
Nothing up against the building will be.
Nothing up
And
against
the
the
ones
building.
up against the building, those are driveways that lead into the garages, is that correct?
Right.
And are they 2-car garages or just 1-car garages on each of those units?
There are 1-car garages.
And the driveways for those garages, I believe, are not counted in the parking count because of the way the code's written. So even though it's 2 spaces for the driveway and the garage. It's only counted as 1 in our parking count.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Henry.
Yeah, quick question, Mr. Ardmore, on the site plan showing open space, the hatch that designates the open space goes over the clubhouse. Is that typical to consider the clubhouse as part of open space?
Yeah, we calculate it as part of their amenity space.
Oh,
so
okay.
Also part of the amenity calculation.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I don't see any other hands. I don't know if Mr. Poor, you have anything to add?
The only thing I really would add is that along the back there, you can see the hatch continues along the property line, and that's because we have a 8-foot wide asphalt trail that connects through the condos that were previously approved, and then we'll wrap around towards the commercial. We want to make this trail an amenity that is with it shared by the whole community, that people in the office can go out take a dog for a walk or something. And the idea was, I mean, even though there's a parcel between us and the river trails, that it terminates on that corner of our property where the river trail connects. So other than that, no, we've enjoyed working with staff. It's been a tough site. Engineering department knows better than most people. It's a redevelopment of an existing site is always tough, but the city staff has been great to work with. So I just want to say thank you to them.
One question that I have has to do with a plan for managing parking. Would there be an anticipation or expectation or any kind of a concern with residents from the apartments parking in the commercial area? Perhaps like overnight and that type of a thing?
And yes, that's actually addressed in our CC&Rs, and it is allowed.
Okay.
So that's the reason it's nice that we looked at both of these at the same time. That's why we have more of our office uses closer to the residential. They'll cooperate better on a shared parking situation where the office has pretty typical hours, whereas the restaurants maybe don't. But there are strict guidelines in the CC&Rs as to how it will be regulated and such. So.
Okay, I think that's a great approach. Commissioner Urquiaga.
Yeah, a couple questions or a comment and a question. I'm assuming that there will be at least one parking space assigned to each apartment. Is that correct? Or
no. So the management companies don't like doing assigned stalls because you end up with a lot of empty stalls when people need stalls. And if you don't assign them, things are a little more fluid. Obviously, the garages will be assigned, but aside from that, I don't think we would be assigning stalls.
Okay, but there's enough for everybody to have at least one covered space.
Yes, that was the idea. Per the market study that we got, that recommended at least one covered space per unit, and so it is designed that way.
Okay, and then just my comment. I'm really thrilled to see the mix of apartments. We get so many things that are all 1 bedroom or all 2 bedroom, and seeing everything from studios to 3 bedrooms in the buildings and the variety that brings to the housing stock for the city. I really like this project, and I'm really excited to see it move forward.
Thank you.
I want to echo that really quickly. I love that, just that it's not all, there's maybe 1 or 2 different types of units. But when you start to get into 2 and 3 bedroom units, then the idea that less than 2 parking spaces per unit, being sufficient, I think really, really becomes hard to believe. And that's partly why I appreciate the idea that the parking adjacent to the apartment area is going to be available, maybe off-peak hours for the office uses and that type of a thing. But it's a really, really low parking count for sure for the kind of composition of units that we're looking at here. Commissioner Henry?
Yeah, to address parking, is the street in front of these units, is that parallel parking allowed? I'm seeing across the street lines, but I'm not seeing them on that side. Will there be parking allowed?
Not on the street. There's only a couple spots that there's on-street parking.
Okay. Okay, and then a follow-up, a really strange question. I had heard once before that this site has part of the Provo River that diverts through it. Is that true?
There is an irrigation canal, a big 42-inch irrigation canal that runs through the site under the pickleball courts and then down that road. And I know where you're going with this question, so I'll go ahead and answer it. We had the same idea of daylighting it and making this beautiful City Creek-esque thing, and the irrigation company that owns the rights to it shut us down pretty quick. So.
Shucks. Well, I'm glad you thought of it, and I'm glad you at least looked into it, because that would have been a really cool amenity.
Yeah,
but,
no, we got excited about the idea at one point, but they were not into it.
All right. That's all I've got, but thank you for looking into it.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, thank you all. I don't see any hands raised, so if staff can help us open the public hearing, let's go ahead and do that.
Okay, no public comments at this time, but let's wait 30 seconds for that lag. No public comments.
Okay, thank you. Public hearing for item number 2 is closed then. Commissioners, what else do we have? Anything to talk about? Commissioner Henry?
One more quick question. Mr. Poor, on the rooftop, the carports, has any consideration been given to make those green roofs?
Like having actual plants on top of the carports?
Yeah, having like sedums and stuff up there just to give a better visual for the people up in their apartments looking down on carports, as well as cooling the area.
No, I don't think I've ever seen that done before. So
would that be something you'd be interested in taking a look at?
Yeah, I'd take a look at it. Since I've never seen it done, I can't speak to how practical it would be in any of that. But yeah, if you have some projects or something that you could forward to me, I could look at precedent of where it's been done.
I'll take a look and send it to you.
Okay.
You're muted, Dave. Were you saying something?
Sorry, Commissioner Jensen.
I wondered if you just hadn't seen it. I am assuming that we just are going to have some conversation about this and then maybe be prepared to make a motion. But just for conversation's sake, I'm not crazy about the boxy architecture. I'm not crazy about giant 4-story apartment buildings. I'm not crazy about the possibility of not having enough parking if they are fully occupied. But I think the ITOD zone will help with a lot of those things, and nestled back there with the motion picture studio behind them, I also don't have a super big problem with that. I think it's a good location for it. It's something we planned for. I am hopeful it will make it a really nice area. So those are just some thoughts.
Okay, thank you. We didn't seem to have a big rush of raised hands. So that makes me wonder if we are getting close to being ready for a motion. Commissioner Jensen?
I would be happy to make a motion if you think we're ready.
I think so, and if we need to discuss that at length, we can.
Okay. I move that we approve Shawn Poor's project plan request for 245 apartments located at 2300 North University Parkway in the ITOD zone in the Carterville neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, that was Commissioner Jensen. Moving to approve item number 2, Commissioner Knutson seconded the motion. I've got a feeling you're right, Lisa, and I'm wrong. The agenda says 247 units. And I see right now in the staff report, it says 245. So I think 245 apartments is the right, there we go, is the right number. Sorry if I missed that earlier. Sorry.
The original application said 7, so that's why that happened.
Okay,
Sorry.
got it. Any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Henry?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, you had a comment about parking and the unit counts. Do we have a count on number of rooms versus number of parking stalls?
Not at the ready. I can.
Not at the ready, okay. I just wonder if maybe is that a metric we should look at in the future to tie the parking somehow to the number of bedrooms? Because yeah, he brought up a great point. If it's a unit that has studios and 1 bedrooms, it's going to have a different parking requirement than something that has a bunch of 2s and 3s.
That's in the code, and we analyze for that. So studios and 1 bedrooms have different counts than 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, 4 bedroom. So it does go up with the higher bedroom units. So we've calculated for that.
Okay, that is calculated in. Okay.
One fear I would have would be to discourage anybody from doing bigger units. The occupancy rules are, is it 2 or 3 unrelated adults per
3.
Per unit? It's 3. So, yeah, boy, that's a rabbit hole I'm really hesitant to go down now. But the idea that at least, like I said, off-peak hours with the adjacent use, really complementary parking demand times, I think, with the residential and the commercial. So I think at least if there are problems, they'd be contained on site, which probably wouldn't be a problem. So, Commissioner Jones?
Yeah, I do think it's also worth pointing out that this is really near to that big public transit artery that is being maintained all the time. So if there is a place to have a higher density with larger units, this is a really good place for it.
Great thought. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, so once again, the motion is to approve item number 2. We'll go right down the line. Once again, Commissioner Jones?
Aye.
Commissioner Jensen?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Urquiaga,
Aye.
Commissioner Henry,
Aye.
Commissioner Knutson,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. So item number 2, motion passes unanimously to approve item number 2. Thank you. Okay, moving on, discussion about signs. Item number 3, Development Services requests an ordinance text amendment to add definitions for signs to Title 14. Mr. Ardmore.
Okay, so this one is not as exciting. It's pretty brief. The addition would be this, a new definition for sign copy area as seen there, and then a new definition for sign face area, which copies the sign copy area. This is just to make it a little easier for the public, first of all, to understand what size of sign they can have on their wall or on a post or a monument, and for staff to kind of have a more solid ground as we analyze and approve these signs.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Ardmore? Great. If staff can help us go ahead and open the public hearing, let's do that.
Okay, no comments at this time. Let me give it 30 seconds. No public comments.
And once again, thank you. We will close the public hearing for item number 3 then. Back to the commission. I know I personally don't have anything really to add to this. I generally appreciate anything that can be done to help just make things more clear and explicit. It seems like that's what's happening here. Any other comments, questions, anything like that? Starting to feel a little bit giddy maybe about having one really, really quick and easy item tonight. For this one, I believe we're just making a recommendation to the city council. If anyone would like
I'll make
to
a motion.
Commissioner Henry.
I motion that we forward a positive recommendation to the city council for item number 3. Provo City Development Services request an ordinance text amendment to add definitions for signs to Title 14, citywide application.
Thank you, Commissioner Henry. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
That was Commissioner Jensen by a split second. So motion to recommend approval of item number 3 by Commissioner Henry, seconded by Commissioner Jensen. Any discussion on the motion? If not, we'll go back to the order we're probably getting used to now. Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Jensen.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez. Daniel. We'll go Commissioner Urquiaga.
Aye.
Commissioner Henry.
Aye.
Commissioner Knutson.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Back, Commissioner Gonzalez. We may have momentarily lost him. So we will say the motion carries 6 votes in the affirmative and 1 will just say abstain. And thank you. We'll move on to item number 4. which is Provo City Public Works Department has requested ordinance text amendments to section 15.03.0203 of the Provo City Code to update the engineering design standards for 2022. Mr. Ardmore.
Yes, I will go ahead and throw up this memo that you all received and turn it over to David Day, actually, on this one. Thank you. Can you see that okay? Maybe a bit bigger there. For some of you who have been on Planning Commission for more than 1 year, you probably remember doing this last year. Every year we take our design standards in public works and update them for the next coming year. And we look at all of the questions, comments that we've received over the past year, try to update things to make them more clear and make our specs and standards better. So that's what you're seeing here is in the ordinance, the actual ordinance, all you'll see is changing the dates from 2021 to 2022. But inside of that, there are these changes to the, if you're looking on this first bullet point, you have a text amendment. And then the second bullet point, we're changing the drawings. There's 12 pages that were edited to make them clearer. And there's 1 page that was removed. On the development design standards, there were 11 pages that were edited to make them clearer. And then also part of that is the clean copy of those design standards. So there's those 5 documents are part of this, 2 of which are just showing you the changes. If there's any of those documents you'd like to see, I can pull those up and we can talk about them and we can go through those. If not, I'll just take questions at this time.
I'm going to go ahead and start and looking for the Reader's Digest version for sure. Are there any proposed changes that you think would involve things that we as planning commissioners might care about, like requirements for things that you physically see on the ground?
Not really. There are things like stainless steel in place of other materials. There's a reference to a little bracket you put on a fire hydrant to hold the detection so that you can locate the utilities in the road. So there's a lot of little changes that are happening here. Nothing very earth-shattering. The page that is being removed is for a knuckle. If you know what that is, it's a 90-degree angle road. And it was felt like that would be removed because those are a specific design anyway. And so we pulled that one out. That's probably the biggest change.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's all that I want to know about the changes, but I'm definitely on board if we want to talk about anything. Commissioner Henry?
I have just one quick question. I'm weird, and I actually went and found and looked through these standards, mainly for street standards. There's one I feel that's missing from the city. I wanted to take this opportunity to see if we could add. And it's one of those things that would be a show better than me trying to explain it? Would it be possible to pull up Google Earth?
If it's on here, I don't think it's on here. I can bring up Google.
Yeah, Google Maps would do it.
Maybe.
I don't want to take too much time on this, but I saw it as an opportunity to add something I think the city could really use.
So is there a specific place you want me to go?
Yeah, if look in Santa Clara, Utah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So you're going down by my brother's house, right?
Yes, yeah, just go to your brother's house.
Okay.
I actually found this same thing up in Orem a few days ago. It's not a good example, but Santa Clara, I think, did it well, as it's kind of a retrofit, and they did a retrofit that I think worked really well. Now, we can't see the screen. I can guide you better if we could see the screen.
I'm not sure what this is sharing.
Right now, we see the text amendment on the PowerPoint.
Okay, let me start over.
Okay.
So if you want to go to my brother's house, it's
Okay, let's go ahead and zoom back out.
okay.
Okay.
Is there like a place?
Yeah, right there where it says Santa Clara near the bottom, it's sitting right on a road that goes to the right and then kind of knuckles down, turns 45. I want to look at that road down where it's at a 45.
Down farther south, I think. Farther.
Right here?
Okay, yeah, Sunset Boulevard. Okay, actually, go just a little bit to the left. That'll be good enough. Yeah, right there. Perfect. So you can see here where they've got these planted islands where they could put trees so that they could help calm traffic. And also, there was in parts of this road, I guess this part has it, but in other parts of this road, there was no park strips. And so to get trees to shade the asphalt to make it last longer, as well as to calm traffic, they added these traffic islands. I thought this would be a wonderful solution for both Timpview Drive, where people speed like crazy. I know Slate Canyon Drive has been a real problem with speeding. Just wondered if this is something the city would be interested in adding to their road details. Just kind of these bump outs they can plant trees in.
Yeah, I don't see us adding that to the detail, but I think it could be a specific design on a specific road. We actually do have something similar to that on Timpview Drive, if I can go back up there.
There is on Timpview Drive?
Well, it's not exactly like that, but let me just show you what I'm talking about right by Rock Canyon Elementary, where we
yes,
we built
the island.
Island, and that was just kind of a test project to see how it worked, but I think it's worked really well. So definitely not as nice as the planted one, but this was just like a test project that was somewhat sacrificial it would be a lot nicer if it had plantings and stuff in it, but.
I'm thinking to have those along all the way down Timpview Drive, where on-street parking isn't very well utilized on Timpview Drive. I think Slate Canyon is a little different animal, but yeah, you can see that nobody parks on this road. It's so wide, so broad. People go crazy fast down it. Personally, I'd love to see the bike lane flipped and have those planters out near the drive lanes with the bike lane behind it next to the sidewalk. But yeah, to have something like that as an option to help calm traffic, slow cars down. I actually got in a car with a guy going to scout camp. He took off down Timpview Drive. I looked over, he was doing 53 miles an hour on Timpview Drive. That's not uncommon because it's such a wide road. Another place you could look at those bump outs is in front of Nielsen's Grove in Orem and Melville Arabians. They do them there as well. That was kind of built as part of the road, so the gutters are more integrated and such. But at any rate, I just wanted to bring that up on this part to see if we could get some sort of detail so that we can help do some traffic calming. Yeah, you can see them on the, right there on the left-hand side of the road.
Yeah.
And I don't think they need to be that big, but just something that helps make the road feel more narrow so the cars slow down.
Streets maintainable.
Yeah, we'd have to figure out who would maintain that. Would prefer the adjacent property owner, but sometimes that gets a little tough. So,
right, like a park strip, I would hope that would be the case. But planting with low, like a winter creeper that doesn't need mowing, doesn't hardly need trimming, and it would be a very low maintenance option, more drought tolerant. And like I said, I think a 10-foot, that's like a 25-foot strip. A 10-foot strip is plenty for a large tree. But something like that to help calm traffic on some of our roads around town.
Yeah. We'll look at that.
Seems like Provo just needs Orem's sales tax revenue to be able to afford nice retrofits like that. Any other discussion on the construction standards? That's what I call them. Engineering design standards.
I have those changes if you'd like to look at them, but I didn't want to bore you with them if you didn't want to look at them.
Anyone want to?
And you probably have them in your packet that you could look at before, so.
Commissioner Jensen.
I would just say, I don't personally think we need to see them, but I think it would be an important thing to have as part of public record if this is recommended to the city council, that maybe that would be a good part of that presentation.
I'll just say I agree.
Me too. Well, and I assume that things are quite technical in that regard, and we're trusting staff to execute with best practices and that type of a thing. And I appreciate the annual update. I think that's a really practical way to do a lot of different things, including just to make sure that best practices are being employed, and there's pretty consistently, I think, good opportunities to make changes in that type of a thing. But
you seeing that now?
We were on a roll, Dave. I think we were going in a good direction.
This is for the public record. This is the quick.
Okay.
Anything in blue is what's changed. And so if you want me to stop, I will. So the big X means it's being taken out. So that's all the changes there. Here's the text changes inside of our development standards. So if you notice all the crossouts that are taking place in the fire flow chart right there, that essentially eliminates any special thing in that fire flow and just references the fire code. So that was severely simplified from what it's used to be. So there you go. That's the end.
Once I saw the word valve actually typewritten, I tuned out. So that was too much for me. Commissioner Urquiaga?
I was just going to say that if discussion is finished, I am prepared to make a motion.
I think we're ready for that. Would you please?
Yes, I move that the Planning Commission approve. This is item number 4, right? Provo City Public Works requests an ordinance text amendments to sections 150302 sub 3 of the Provo City Code to update the engineering design standards for 2022.
Thank you, Commissioner Urquiaga. This is a motion to recommend approval. Is that
what I said? I thought I said that recommend approval, but
perfect?
I move that we recommend approval of the stated item.
Okay. I may have misheard, but okay. Motion to recommend approval of item number 4. Do we have a second?
I think we've missed public comment.
Yeah.
Oh, heck.
Sorry.
I apologize. That is 100% on me. Thank you, staff. Can you go ahead and help us with that?
Okay, no public comments right at this minute, but let's wait 30 seconds. No public comment at this time.
Thank you. So the public hearing for item number 4 then is closed. And Commissioner Urquiaga.
I reiterate my motion that we recommend the municipal council approve the agenda item number 4 about the ordinance text amendment from Provo City Public Works to section 1503020 sub 3 of the Provo City Code to update the engineering design standards for 2022.
Once again, thank you. We have a motion to recommend approval, item number 4. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. That was Commissioner Jones. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, I don't see any raised hands. So once again, we will start with Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Jensen.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Urquiaga.
Aye.
Commissioner Henry.
Aye.
Commissioner Knutson.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Motion carries unanimously. And once again, I apologize for my snafu on the public hearing there for that one. As we had discussed earlier, we will now move on to item number 7. Commissioners, would you like to take a quick break before we get into that, or just keep going? I'm comfortable either way.
Keep going is my vote.
Okay to keep going.
Okay. Nobody objects to that. We will go ahead and move to item number 7. The Housing Committee of the Provo Municipal Council requests amendments to sections 14.08.020, 14.09.020, 14.10.020, and chapter 14.30 of the Provo City Code to allow accessory dwelling units as accessory uses to owner-occupied single-family detached dwellings in the agricultural A1, residential agricultural RA, and residential R1 zones, and to refine the development standards for ADUs citywide application. Mr. Mills.
Okay, just one second. Let me see if we can get this to share again properly. Oh, just kidding. Wrong side. Not sure why that's doing that. Anyway, commissioners, thank you for your attention tonight, and thank you very much for rearranging the schedule. I think that will be really helpful to the residents and give an additional opportunity for people to make comments. I think that'll be great. The Housing Committee did make a recommendation, and that went to the City Council. We had a great discussion in City Council about accessory dwelling units, and the council would really like to get your thoughts, input, any suggestions and considerations about some proposals for accessory dwelling units. Just as a little bit of background, I'll go through some of the requirements for House Bill 82, and then, but in the spirit of thinking about how the best way to do this Ordinance Text Amendment was going to be, we basically took the most permissive view of how we could address accessory dwelling units within the city. And that is the recommendation that the Housing Committee made with the kind of with the thought process that as it goes through Planning Commission, as it goes through City Council and public comment, that there would likely be ways that it would be more refined. So. Sorry. Here we go. Can you all see the screen very well? Does anybody know why it's not going to the larger view?
I have to like close it and hope that it again.
We're trying to figure out why this is not working very well.
Robert, are you able to click on the picture of the screen? It was right there by the 10% at the bottom of the screen. Or
yeah, that's what I'm clicking on. Not working.
Oh, it's not working. Okay.
Here. Let's go a different way. Just a second, guys. I want you to be able to actually see this.
You can share that screen, I guess.
Can you guys see that a little better now?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the current context for accessory dwelling units in Provo City. We've been really looking into this, and accessory dwelling units are currently permitted in the RC zone as an accessory use. They're also an accessory use in the VLDR and LDR zones. And then also in R1 zones with an A or an S overlay. A stands for accessory apartment, S stands for supplementary apartment. And there's a little bit of difference in that with regards to occupancy. Accessory dwelling units are also allowed in the A1 and RA zones as an A overlay, but currently we don't have any A overlays in those zones. This is some statistics that we have for you. We've been really going over the numbers on what exactly is the percentage of areas of residential area where ADUs are currently allowed. Everything that you see in green is where an ADU can be permitted, and it covers about 23% of the residential area in our city. House Bill 82 requires a university city like Provo to actually allow it in 33% of our residential areas. This is significantly different than the rest of the state. Most cities in the state of Utah require that 75% of their residential areas be allowed to have accessory dwelling units. And then university towns like Provo, Logan have been given some additional leeway just because it seemed like the legislature was confident that we would be able to handle that well. So in order to just comply with state code, Provo needs to add at least 10% of additional area, residential area, where accessory dwelling units would be permitted. So the Housing Committee has been working on this for several months. We've brought it to you as the Planning Commission in a work study session before, and hopefully all of you are pretty familiar with accessory dwelling units, but in Provo, we have specific requirements for accessory dwelling units. These are some of the changes that are being proposed with this text amendment language. It specifically removes any language that talk about accessory apartments or accessory living spaces within chapter 1430 of the code. Removes, actually, in an effort to streamline the process and make it much easier to understand for our residents, for enforcement, and for staff. It removes the supplementary and accessory apartment overlays. And instead of being an overlay zone that you would actually have to go through a legislative process for, it just adds an ADU as an accessory use in all LDR, which is no change, R1, RA, RC, VLDR, and A1 zones. So that would be an accessory use to a single family detached dwelling. Per state code, it removes the requirement for an internal connection for an internal accessory dwelling unit. Removes the 20-foot height limitation on ADUs and accessory structures, but you still have to have your accessory structure not larger or taller than the main dwelling. Changes the occupancy of an accessory dwelling unit from no more than 2 unrelated adults to no more than 3 unrelated adults. Clarifies that addresses will be assigned by Provo City. Clarifies that parking in the front yard can only be on a driveway that leads to required covered parking. Our current code is a little bit unclear on that, so we wanted to make sure that language was clarified. And then it also removes language relating to the number of kitchens. So as I mentioned before, this proposed text amendment basically takes it from the most permissive angle. And if we were to allow the proposed language just as it is written, Everything that you see in blue would then be added as space where an accessory dwelling unit could be permitted. I just want to clarify that just because an accessory dwelling unit is permitted doesn't necessarily mean that everybody's going to get one. There's still regulations and still requirements that they would have to meet. But 68% of our residential areas would be added to the existing. So you'd have a total of 91% of the area of the city that's zoned primarily for residential use would then be eligible to have an accessory dwelling unit. Things that are not changing, only one accessory dwelling unit per single family dwelling. The single family dwelling has to be owner occupied. The accessory dwelling unit can't alter the appearance of the structure as a single family dwelling. A minimum of 4 off-street parking spaces are required, but our code requires that any vehicles associated with a property have to have off-street parking spaces adequate to cover the number of vehicles. And they must have a rental dwelling license. So as you consider this text amendment tonight, there are some things that we would love you to think about. First of all, are you comfortable with what's being proposed in all R1 zones? If that's not comfortable to you, do you have any recommendations for us? Maybe some criteria that we would use or suggest to the council that they would use to somehow differentiate what areas would be allowed or not? Are you comfortable with the process of eliminating the A and the S overlay and instead having it as an accessory use to a single family dwelling? Are you comfortable with the change in occupancy? Historically, it's always been 2 unrelated people in an ADU. Now the proposal is to have 3. And then also, we're very open to any suggestions that you have. Staff has obviously gone through this proposal. Staff feels that there are some significant advantages to allowing accessory dwelling units in areas. We want to be very careful about how that's done, just to make sure that it's done in a manner that's good for the city. I'm sure that most of you understand very well that there is a housing concern in our valley, in our city. And this is one way to address that. This is not the end-all be-all of housing affordability and the answer to that, but it would definitely be a tool that would help with that. That's basically all I have. I want to let you know that we have in the room with us tonight our zoning enforcement folks, if you have any questions about that. I know that was something that came up last time, but with that, I'll end and ask what questions you have for me and all of us.
Mr. Mills, thank you. I want to just lead out and maybe be able to avoid the need to speak much later on. I had an opportunity 3.5 years ago to start about a year-long process where did considerable research on accessory dwelling units, best practices from around the country. We looked very closely then at communities along the Wasatch Front that had allowances in one form or another for accessory apartments, looked at the mechanisms that they had in place for regulating them, different criteria that they had for properties to be able to qualify to have an accessory dwelling unit, things like maybe minimum lot size, number of parking spaces available, lots and lots of different things like that. And back then, this would have been, I guess, 2017, bleeding into 2018, there were a number of communities already in our metro area that were really permissive when it came to accessory dwelling units. And that certainly is much more so the case today with the action that the state legislature took. Well, I need to say one other thing. Most of the feedback that we got as we talked with elected officials from other cities, talked with staff from other cities, anybody that we could kind of pump for information about their experience with accessory dwelling units, suggested that they've been really quite benign. One of the reasons that we started to look at it, in fact, was that I work for a community where we know that there are accessory apartments in every particular land use zone in the city. Some are legal, some aren't. And we were exploring different ways to help people get compliant relative to accessory apartments that they had that we don't necessarily get complaints about. They aren't necessarily problematic in neighborhoods, but yet we wanted people to have an opportunity to have things happen in a legal manner. Among other things, we wanted to have an opportunity to inspect living space to make sure that it was safe and that it met some basic life safety criteria that we basically just copied from what other communities, and again, I would say some best practices in terms of building inspection and public safety types of things to look at. But again, this is something that I think most communities that have become, in some cases, entirely permissive. For example, the community that I work for, in every residential zone, accessory apartments are allowed. It's been that way now for, it's been essentially that way for 3 years now. Because of the legislation that was passed earlier this year, we actually had to open up some other properties for accessory dwelling units. We had to reduce the minimum lot size that was required to be able to have an ADU. And the response in the community has been very, very positive relative to the changes that we made. The other thing that I want to say, and I think this is really significant, the legislation that Mr. Mills referenced, that did not start out with language that would have required Provo to have 33% of the residential zoning areas available for accessory apartments. It was every residential zone statewide. It had explicit language that would have disallowed cities from being able to impose parking requirements for accessory apartments, a number of different things that I don't think that those of us that are involved at all in regulating land use at the local level would ever want to have dictated by the state legislature. I don't think most communities are even comfortable with the need now to change like what's proposed tonight to comply with state law. But having just sat through earlier today several hours of a conference that is devoted to land use law in Utah, and having listened to many presentations from state legislators during that conference about their uncomfortability with communities' ability to allow for things like this without being told by the state legislature that you have to. That's certainly something that's on my mind that makes me appreciate much more the approach that staff is presenting here with the Housing Committee by way of taking the more permissive route when it comes to a land use that I think absolutely has a number of benefits for property owners, neighborhoods, and communities at large. And also, I think sends a clear signal that Provo is a community that can do the right thing without needing to be compelled to do that by the state legislature. And for those reasons, and the in my feeling that what's proposed here, even though there are some things that are certainly unique to Provo with some of the different changes that are proposed, I like all of it. And I really do think it syncs up very, very well. I keep saying best practices. That's absolutely what I believe. I really think this is the best approach that follows what has been proven in other communities as being the best approach. So I didn't mean to get on a soapbox there, but this is something certainly that I've spent a lot of time on in recent years, certainly more than I think it was anticipated several years ago. And it's been a very positive experience. So I'll start with that, and maybe that'll be the end of comments from me. Any questions for staff? Any comments, anything like that? We'll start with Lisa Jensen.
Okay, I have 3. My first one is for Mr. Day, probably. One of the letter that we received from the community was something I was wondering about. If we open up accessory apartments to every residential zone, we've got areas in the city like the West Side that we've talked a lot about lately that have limits on the number of units they can have. So if each unit in those residential zones just got permission to have an additional unit, essentially, does that have an effect on the sewer capacity for the West Side, for example, or for the whole city in general? I don't know if there's any capacity limits anywhere else.
So you can see me. That is a good point, and yes, it would have an impact on that. So we would have to analyze how that would adjust for our ability to service all of those areas who could be possibly on the edge of serviceability currently. So
would that just be the West Side, or are there other areas in the city that may reach capacity with opening that possibility?
A citywide map of an analysis of our capacities. So I think the point that you've made is we need to analyze that on our side in Public Works and see if that makes any significant changes. So that's a action item that we're going to take and run that in our model and see what that does.
Okay, awesome. There's your first bit of feedback, Mr. Mills. Secondly, you said you have your zoning enforcement people there. So my major concern with this is I love it as a solution idea, but it feels like it's opening Pandora's box. And I said this at the meeting where we talked about this earlier. We're having a hard time enforcing the occupancy violations and illegal apartments that don't have rental licenses and all of these things that are required in this ADU zone. How do we propose enforcing this if we're opening up this huge Pandora's box, literally? Is there a plan or budget, or what's the plan for that?
So I know shortly moving forward, we are going to be getting one more staff member with the budget has been approved for in January. We'll be getting one more staff member back up to our 6 code enforcement officers that we had prior to COVID. So that will be a great help to us in staffing wise. As for being able to manage occupancy and whatnot, I think this is going to open up opportunities for people to where we have a very limited amount of occupancy within the city and a lot of need for housing. This is going to open up a lot of housing to kind of spread out the occupancy over into more dwellings, I would say, if that makes sense. So instead of having such a limit to the number of housing units or accessory dwelling units in the city, opening it up to more just provides a better opportunity for people to live in the city and not have to over-occupy certain units. And so beyond that, administratively, it will definitely increase as we process through accessory dwelling unit permits applications with the rental dwelling license. That is a concern for me. I don't know exactly how that will impact how fast people will jump on this once they find out if this is approved, that they can get an accessory dwelling unit. I would assume, based on discussions that we've had internally, that there will be an initial, for lack of better terms, run on rental licenses, mostly from people that have them illegally currently, that have ADUs currently in places where they're not allowed. Once they find out that it's legal, we would assume there'd be an influx of people saying, well, I want to get it legalized now that it's legal. And for those that don't, I mean, we would follow our current process of doing our investigation, knocking on doors, talking with people, verifying whether or not there's an issue on properties that we come into contact with that there are concerns of, and following our standard process of enforcement.
Thank you.
Mr.
Mills?
So just one second. This is definitely something that's come up, and as staff, we've really been thinking about this. Some of the feedback that we've received is, what can we do as staff and as a department to be more proactive rather than simply always relying on a complaint-based system. So Jessica in our zoning department actually made a good recommendation that we included in this new language that you should have received a new copy, a revised copy this afternoon. In our rental dwelling license requirement, that we would annually require that owners verify that they are still the occupant of the property and verify that they're living there if they're getting another rental dwelling license. So that's just one more way that we've tried to incorporate this idea of self-confirming that if you are at the property, that you do own it and you do live there if you have an accessory dwelling. So.
Excellent. I would love to see ideas like that from the council before they would approve something. Also a plan for how to make sure the public understands the rules, because it's one thing to say, what I envision is that the word of mouth is going to spread that, hey, you can have an apartment now. And that will be the end of what most people hear. They won't think they have to get it inspected. They won't think about the parking. They won't, they'll just hear that it's legal. And I think there'll still be a lot of uninformed citizens. So I would love to see how we're going to help everybody understand the rules and not just send the message that apartments are okay now and run with that.
I think Jessica had another comment. So Jessica's our code enforcement officer that handles rental licensing. But to your point, I think it'd be, very beneficial for the city to have some sort of, informational campaign sent out to say, okay, here's a big change that happened. Let's now make sure you're aware of what the rules and regulations are and what you need to do. So I think, as a staff, we can reach out to the various modes of communication to make sure that message is sent very clearly.
And I would use property records for that, so that it not only goes to the address of the property, but the person who owns it as well. So that if they've got it being rented out, they know that this doesn't apply to them because they don't actually live there. I think that will be a significant audience to reach. Okay, my last one, I just had a question on section 14.30.020, line number 69. It's talking about how if you have a detached ADU, how far from the property line it can be. And it says no less than 10 feet or the distance of the existing setback, whichever is less. And I felt like that was really close. We were talking about this, I think, in a work meeting about chicken coops. And I'm just thinking, this is a house. Do we really, I guess the side setback is 10 feet. I just wanted to make sure that number was a good number, that we can have an apartment that somebody adds to their backyard. Yeah, it doesn't change the look of it from the street. It still looks like a single family home, but are the neighbors behind now dealing with an apartment in their bedroom window? So it just seems really close to me. It feels like it should be the same setback requirements as the original house. Mr. Mills, you have a thought?
You bet. So this is actually something that's currently in code. And it's actually a little bit, the 10 feet is more than what a traditional accessory structure would be. traditional accessory structure is 3 feet. But when we went through this process the last time, we felt that if it's going to be an accessory dwelling unit, then it would have to be at least 10. But if you and the additional, council and planning commissioners feel more comfortable with something else, by all means, make a recommendation.
That's the only thing that jumped out at me. I have a couple edits. I'll just message to you or email to you because they don't need to be discussed in the meeting. But that was it.
Great.
Sorry, that was my three things that I had for staff.
Let me have Jessica jump in with the comment that she wanted to make.
Yeah, so just going back to the rental license aspect of it and how it allows us in zoning enforcement to be proactive. The accessory dwelling unit has its own classification of rental license. And I do get an email notification if those get canceled, closed, or delinquent. So in the future, if someone were to let their license lapse, I get a notification of that. So it's a way that we can be proactive in our enforcement, follow up to see why did this go delinquent? What do we need to go? Where do we need to go from here? Is it still being used correctly in by code, or do we need to do some further enforcement action? So just as a way of making sure it's understood that we do have at least one manner or one route for being proactive in enforcing issues and concerns regarding occupancy and owner occupancy, to know that these properties are not just getting turned into duplexes and being used unsupervised.
Thank you. Commissioner Urquiaga?
Yes, I also have a couple of things. I like the idea of combining RNS or getting rid of the RNS distinction and just having a single ADU regulation that is covering everything. I do think that we should be applying minimum lot sizes, and so I'm happy to be seeing that. And I would, my concern with enforcement would be the people who do not currently have an ADU and hear that apartments are okay. And so just create something in their home without going through any sort of approval. So they're not in your system. They just decide to start opening up. And I'm not sure how you would catch those. I like the proactive steps that you are taking. I think those are good. So I like that. I do have a little bit of discomfort with the change in occupancy. One of my questions is, would a cohabiting couple with children be defined as unrelated adults or a family?
Help me understand what?
Yeah, a woman with children and her boyfriend.
So under our definition of code, there's two ways to essentially to define a family: a head of household and those related to the head of household, or 3 related or unrelated individuals. So if there's, first of all, a head of household, then anyone that's related by blood, marriage, adoption, or other legal custodial relationship can live in the home with the head of household. If there's not a head of household and there's no familial relationship as defined in the code, then we maintain the occupancy to no more than 3 individuals, 3 adults. And so they would still fit as the definition of family by being one of potentially 3 singles living in the home.
And we don't count minor children.
Yeah, and we don't count minor children when looking at occupancy.
What made you think?
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm thinking, and I'm thinking about risks to young children from just statistical sociological data. But 3 unrelated adults is not a problem with me. But when you're dealing with minor children, it seems to me it would be like 2 unrelated adults with minor children. I don't know if there's, and I don't know legally how that gets structured. but children are at most risk from unrelated people who are living in the same home.
So would you feel more comfortable then if the change was made to only permit, just to leave that basically the same, Lori, to 2 unrelated adults with or without minor children?
I would probably be more comfortable leaving it the way it is. Although I'm not worried at all about 3 adults with no children. It's when you have many unrelated adults with children that is the concern. Legally, it may be that you can't make that distinction. And in that circumstance, I would say stick with 2.
And boy, I don't necessarily think that enforcement on ADUs needs to be a nightmare or to be really, really complicated, except for those questions. That's where things are, boy, occasionally really dynamic and stuff. And I would not want to be trying to enforce, frankly, either of those 2 rules, however it would be written, with either 2 or 3 unrelated adults, regardless of how the children played into the rules. But yeah, for me, that'd be really easy to support, though, just leaving it at 2. Anything else, Lori? Sorry.
I would just, I'm thinking about this, and I'm thinking about the letter and the concern about 80 units sort of taking over a neighborhood, but the fact that it still has to maintain the single family appearance of the dwelling units means that you can't really turn things into duplexes, as was expressed in the letter. Living so close to BYU as I do, I know that I have a neighborhood that is concerned about excessive rental units. At the same time, as long as owner occupancy really is followed up on, I think that's okay. I did have a neighbor, and this is just anecdotal, but we'd live to a place that was 3 miles away from campus because he was going to BYU Law, and rented both units from his house. And so used that as a loophole in order to, while he was going to law school, turn it into a complete rental unit with no owner occupancy. And so that's kind of, I don't know how you police that, because he legitimately was going to law school, but he was using it and moving further away, not moving close to campus, which is, I think, what is intended. And that's all I have to say. That's just an anecdotal report.
Thank you. Maybe just one other thought, if staff can help us verify. I think that perhaps the state law change might have limited the city's ability to say only 2 unrelated adults. I think we might be obligated to now permit 3 unrelated adults in ADUs. I think that's part of the change. So, Lori, I think the city's hands might be tied that way.
So let me just jump in with 2 comments. Mr. Knudsen is here and just jumped in with a question of what the impetus for the change from 2 to 3 is. In all honesty, it was an effort to streamline our very convoluted occupancy requirements within the city. And so that was a consideration. To Mr. Anderson's point, our legal counsel has, kind of opined that if you want to leave it as 2 occupants, that will probably hold, but we would never be able to change it. If we changed it to 3 now, we would likely never be able to change it back to 2. So that's kind of what they've given us. But to Mr. Anderson's point, yeah, there are some state requirements there, but it seems like since we have an existing occupancy limitation, it would probably be legally valid.
Okay, thank you. Nothing else, Lori? I think that was it, right?
I'm done.
For now, okay. Commissioner Henry.
Okay, I also have a few questions. In the ordinance, line 57, over an attached garage, provide the ADU has, I was curious why the designation for only attached or detached garages, and by extension, I know of one detached pool house that has an accessory apartment in the city. Is there a reason why a detached garage and also a pool house couldn't have an accessory apartment?
You go down to line 63. That's where it talks about detached accessory structures. So they operate.
Okay, got it. Thank you on that one. The next one, line 86, 87. An ADU shall not be authorized on a property that has outstanding ordinance violations. Does that mean if they get an ordinance violation after they've gotten a license, do they have to, they just can't renew their license with an ordinance violation?
We don't currently have anything that I'm aware of in our process that blocks renewal. If there is a violation existing as they apply, especially when it's with regards to use or occupancy, I do not approve the license until that has been remedied. But as far as renewal, our process right now is they get a notice in the mail and they pay their fees, and it gets renewed that way.
The way I'm reading it, to me, it reads as though establishing an ADU or initiating for your, if it were a new owner of the property to establish it in their name, if there was an existing violation that was still outstanding, that would prevent them from being able to obtain the accessory dwelling unit license until they rectify whatever zoning violation was in place.
Okay, because I bring that up. I've worked on projects where owners will install things to meet code, pass their inspection, and then change things the moment the inspector leaves. And so I was wondering if there was some sort of, to maintain the compliance, is there something in there that makes sure, they put in a parking stall. I don't know why they would spend the expense, but they put in a parking stall and then remove it after they're approved. I don't know. Some people have ideas. Is there some way to make sure that they stay in compliance after they've been approved?
Other than the fact that you're no longer in compliance and you can have enforcement action on you. Right.
Okay. Next one, 121 through 123. In no case shall the number of off-street parking spaces be less than the number of vehicles being maintained on the premises. I love that. That to me seems delightful. That's part of the code. I wonder though, in this instance, I know it would be rare, but it seems like we limit to 3 singles because of parking. Am I wrong in that?
One reason.
Okay. Because I was curious, if somebody rents a 5,000 square foot house and wants to rent it to 5 people and there's 4 garages and an RV pad, plenty of parking, why couldn't they rent to 5? I guess there are probably other reasons.
Simply because our code says that they can't.
Says no.
that's
okay.
That's exactly it.
All right. Let's see. The automatically expire after 1 year. That question was answered. Okay, so then just one last question. To Lori's point, I've had siblings that have done this where they will buy an apartment for their child going to college and then allow their child to rent rooms to roommates. On the owner-occupied part of this, is that a family member or is that the parent? How would that kind of situation be handled?
So we deal with that currently, the way our code is currently written often. And the way that our code is written currently is that all owners on title have to live at the property. So if a parent buys a property with their child and the parent doesn't live there, they do not qualify for an accessory apartment or an ADU. And so we would not grant one. And if we find out that that's going on, we do enforce on that.
Okay. Okay, and then last thing, concerning the utility overloads. I got looking into this quite a lot last week. Stumbled on Orem City. Orem City allows them citywide. They actually list every legal apartment on their website. I counted just over 700 units, which came to like 2.5% of the properties. Robert, you had shown a chart. Was that the percentage of ADUs that are in each zone on that Excel chart you had?
Brian, it's just the ADUs that are allowed. It doesn't mean that they're actually that's a percentage of ADUs. It's what's allowed.
Yeah, so this is just area of the city where ADUs are currently permitted. It's not the number that are established. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but the percent of total, what is that showing? That's where they're legal? Oh, got it. Okay. Okay, and do we have a number on how many are in Provo?
We have run a report in the past. I believe that the number showing up was about 380.
Okay. Because I guess just as a comment, I'm with Chairman Anderson on this a bit, that I don't feel like this is going to overwhelm the city. I don't think everyone is going to run out and immediately convert their house to an ADU. The cost and the expense is fairly hefty. I think parking is going to limit a lot of this. Now in new builds, that is concerning on the west side for me. If it's allowed in new builds, I'd be curious to see if there's any data or research on if it's allowed, how many new builds would add an apartment. Again, I don't think that's a huge percentage. I mean, this is one tool to solve housing. It's not going to solve housing on its own. It does, in my opinion, from the community letter, he had mentioned something about how this doesn't increase home ownership. I think it does, because it allows people to be able to buy a home with a rental to help supplement that mortgage, who otherwise may not be able to buy a home. So I think it does help. I agree that I think it isn't really going to have that big an impact. I think a lot of illegal illegal ADUs are going to become compliant. I just don't see a lot of people remodeling. I mean, there's two in my neighborhood that I know of. I talked to my parents in Orem, they have two in their neighborhood. Another friend in Orem had three in their neighborhood. That's not huge numbers. I don't foresee this being overwhelming. And as one person I was talking to said, the end of single family zoning, I just don't see that happening. So I guess those are my comments. Nice work on this. Yeah, well done. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Henry. Commissioner Jones.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak in favor of going full force with ADUs. I think that this idea of limiting the number of adults in ADUs to 2 as opposed to 3 just creates inconsistencies in city code that are unnecessary. You know, we've already established 3 across the city, so why change that in this particular case, especially when there's no logistical reason to make that different, especially given the requirements for parking spaces off-road. So I'm And additionally, I just think limiting it isn't really in the spirit of what we're trying to do, right? Rent in Utah County is already the most expensive rent along the Wasatch Front. And we have an increasing number of adults who stay single into their 30s. Coupling those two things together, finding ways to limit the number of people in apartments just isn't necessarily logical from my perspective. I also think that continuing to have the off-street parking requirements is a really great way to mitigate, I think, some of the main concerns of people who are opposed to ADUs. And I don't see that list of things to consider anymore. But overall, I think that this would be a really great way to mitigate some of the problems that we have been facing in our community. Oh, it's back. Yeah, and I mean, I also think that eliminating the ANS overlays also makes sense, just making things more consistent, more coherent across code. So overall, and then lastly, just one thought is, you know, our purpose here is to zone for the purposes of general public safety from an infrastructural perspective. So I don't know that going so far as to limit what decisions people make in their private life about their own living situations. I don't know that that's appropriate for our role here, but overall, I'm excited to see ADUs being brought to council.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. I don't see any other hands at the moment. I just want to follow up on something that Mr. Day commented on, and I think Lisa's the one that brought it up. And this is something that I think often comes up relative to ADUs and whether or not infrastructure can support ADUs and that type of a thing. And one thing that I think has been interesting to follow in terms of how different cities deal with ADUs. We don't talk a lot about impact fees in our meetings here. There are fees that get charged when new land uses are put into play, including homes. Most cities charge impact fees when new homes are constructed. And historically, some communities have charged impact fees for accessory apartments, which I think it was Lehigh City that was somewhat notorious for that. Something like $12,000 or $13,000 in impact fees when somebody added a basement apartment, you know, legally to their home in Lehigh. And I think that led to a number of communities studying whether or not there really is any impact that comes from accessory apartments, and it's debatable. I think any conclusion that anybody comes up with is going to be subject to some question, but you know, whether a home that, for example, my wife and I live in someday as empty nesters, with maybe a young couple living in our basement, generates any more impact on any city facility than us when, you know, we have 3 teenage kids at home, a 4th elementary age kid or something like that, or other family situations that people have. I think it's really, really hard to suggest or to study in some way to determine if accessory apartments really do tax city infrastructure any more significantly than single family homes do. And generally, single family homes change over time as, you know, families go through life cycle and that type of a thing. So I don't know, Dave, if you have any thoughts on how you would anticipate trying to study that to determine if any part of the community can or can't handle ADUs. One other thing that we found and that other communities found before we did is that accessory apartments are not for everybody. There are a whole lot of people that buy single family homes because they want to have their single family home without anybody else, you know, under their roof. There is, at least so far, I think in communities along the Wasatch Front, a pretty low take rate, which frankly, I don't necessarily think is a good thing. because I think having opportunities for more people to live in more neighborhoods is a healthy thing. And I'd almost prefer to see a greater percentage of homes used in this way, so that maybe people can have opportunities to live in neighborhoods that otherwise they wouldn't live in, which I think oftentimes is a very, very good thing. But again, I think that is something to consider in terms of just trying to anticipate what the impact of ADUs might be in different parts of the community. So I think that's all I have. I don't see any other hands. Any other questions for staff or anything like that? Actually, Lisa, back to you.
You want me to raise that, Dave?
Yeah, if you have any thoughts, share quickly.
I think I have a lot of the same perspective as you on that. However, I think there's a lot of value in going through a model analysis, doing some sensitivity. What if we go up to two people per home, 3, and then most of the time people who are renting maybe don't have a full-size family. So just seeing what that does to our system. And I think my intuition on that would be probably that it's not going to change it a whole lot, but I'd really like to run those numbers and see what it looks like.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see that as well. That would have to be a sensitive model.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd like to see that, and you'd have to make some assumptions, right, as to, well, I guess you could do it just on a per home basis and then go from there.
Yeah, and it would probably be a bad assumption to say that every home had a ADU. So we'll have to play with that and see, where the breaking point would be, and then see if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'll tell you, you've got to be some kind of a geek to really like talking about that kind of thing, but I'd be interested in seeing what you come up with.
Okay.
Thanks. Commissioner Jensen?
I think Brian took that geek comment personally. He was getting excited about it. I just wanted to ask for clarification, maybe between Mr. Mills and Mr. Anderson. You mentioned, Dave, in your research for your job that you had a lot size requirement for ADUs, and I'm wondering if you could maybe give an example of what that would be. And then Mr. Mills, I didn't see one in the language here, so maybe I missed it, but is there one currently written into the language of this proposal that would say within these residential zones, it would have to be a lot size of blah to qualify? Because that might give some safeguards.
So for Provo, it's 6,000 square feet.
Which I think is the new state law. Is that right, Robert? So I think any residentially zoned property, single family zone with a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet now is the threshold that the state set. Any properties with 6,000 square feet or more are eligible for accessory apartments according to state law.
Okay, so that was written into that House bill?
It was, yeah. We started with 8,000 square feet, and then somebody proposed that somebody proposed that we go less than that. We went down to 7,200 square feet as well before changing in June with the state law change to 6,000 square feet. So we would have liked to have probably seen a little bit more space than 6,000, but that's just what it is now. So.
And in Provo, we currently have R16A lots already. Yeah, a lot of 6,000 square foot lots in the RC zone as well. So, but again, you have to meet the requirements, parking, all that kind of stuff anyway. So.
Okay, Commissioner Henry.
Yeah, just to kind of follow up on what you said, I put over in the chat If it's 1,000 units, that's 3.2% of our whole housing stock. I have a hard time believing that's going to overload utilities, especially things like streets. Streets in residential neighborhoods, in my mind, are so underutilized. I know UDOT has their traffic counts you can get on Google Earth, and Timpview Drive here near my house has 800 cars a day. The design capacity is 13,000. A few ADUs are not going to hurt traffic on that road. And even the 4 townhomes that were proposed in my neighborhood that are kind of infamous for the backlash, that road is 8,000 cars a day, built for 15,000 cars a day. 4 townhomes are not going to overload the road. As well as, I believe, pipes, water pipes, sewer pipes, they're all oversized. They're meant for the worst case scenario. To add 3% to those, I'd have a hard time seeing that. Or even, I mean, the 3% is already there. If that went up another 1 to 2%, I'd be surprised. So I question that we would overload any utilities doing this.
So because I don't know who can always see the chat, I don't often look at it or want to bring it up necessarily, even in a public forum. Lori, you made a comment, though, that I think is really interesting. And it probably points out something that is unique about Provo. I'm guessing that you live east of campus. If in your neighborhood, the majority of the homes there, you think already have ADUs.
Yeah, I would guess that we have at least a couple dozen, maybe as many as 30 in our ward, just because we are literally next to campus in the Wasatch area.
What, as a resident of the neighborhood, has your experience been with having that number of ADUs in the neighborhood?
In general, it's okay. Before I moved to the neighborhood, there was a big issue with lack of owner occupancy. So there were a lot of homes that were rented out completely on, with 2 different units, probably, 10 students living in them. Yards were not cared for. There just wasn't a lot of upkeep. Things deteriorated. The neighborhood was really bothered by that. The owner occupancy requirement was put in, I think, in 2002 or 2003, shortly before I moved in. And since then, with the owner occupancy, there have been just a few houses that have kind of violated that. But when owners are there, it's not an issue. It's when you have absentee owners that it becomes a problem. And sometimes we have this situation with older parents buying houses that then their succession of children live in, and they aren't always well cared for. But with owner occupancy, the concern is not really high. I think that's the big thing, is the enforcement of that particular issue. And for the units that are legal and have the permit, the city can monitor that. I would hope this would bring some of the illegal apartments under that umbrella, but I still think illegal apartments are going to exist, and it's going to be hard to regulate those.
We need to open the public hearing, I think, soon, but accessory apartments, the way that they're being defined in Utah, at least in most communities, which is an owner-occupied single-family property with an accessory use, the accessory use being the ADU, which is exactly what Robert spelled out here. that owner occupancy, I absolutely believe, changes everything. You look at neighborhoods that have multiple duplexes and different things like that, and they're different. I'll just leave it at that. They are different. The properties are different, not universally, but over time, I think the impact on neighborhoods and communities is very different when you have owner occupancy. There's a measure of self-policing and different things like that, again, in my view, helps make it a very positive thing. And that's part of why I think actually these changes over time probably help make enforcement easier, but you can understand I probably could go on forever. I don't see any other hands raised. So I think we're ready to open the public hearing. If everybody's okay with that, and staff can help us there.
While that's happening, Commissioner Anderson, I would just make the comment, just as a housekeeping reminder to commissioners, this is a public meeting, so the chat function should not be used to talk about items that we're discussing. So,
understood.
I would also just jump in for public comment's sake and say that we've had this item posted on our Open City Hall program for, I think, about a week now. We've had several visits to the site to read all of the information. 59 people have made comments or statements. Of those, about 42 of them have been in favor, 13 have been opposed, 4 have some questions. So just to give you those numbers.
Thank you.
Okay, we do have some public comment. Caller with the last 3 numbers 094. If you can go ahead, make sure to mute your phone and state your name and city of residence. Oh, caller 094, are you there?
I'm here, yeah. I'm here, yeah. My name is Ruth Eldridge from the Foothills neighborhood. Am I unmuted now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Well, thanks. 2 years on Zoom, and I think I figured it out. I have several concerns. I'll try to be quick. Again, my name is Ruth Eldridge. I represent the Foothills neighborhood. My comments represent a conglomeration of discussions that I've had with neighbors from largely the north end of our neighborhood, from about 700 north to the top of Wasatch School. Although there are some people on Center Street that have contacted me as well. And firstly, I just want to thank Robert and the Planning Commission. I've talked to several of you already about this, and had some extensive conversations. Kind of general comments I would make is that as you're doing your geeky modeling, and I hope that there are many, many geeky models signed out about this, I'd encourage you to consider the highest impact neighborhoods as the basis for your model. Because 3% over a city is one thing, but 1% within 12 blocks of a city is very much another thing in terms of impact. And that's what I feel like our neighborhood addresses. When I think it was Lori mentioned that a lot of absentee landlords moved out of her neighborhood, they bought houses in our neighborhood. Where for some reason, though we have the same zoning as the Tree Streets, our owner occupancy, our ability to enforce owner occupancy requirements for both ADUs and short-term rental seems to have been terminally bad. And I don't see that is a problem with the zoning office. I see their hands as being tied with being under-resourced and having the straight fact that the occupancy issues are incredibly sensitive. I speak in general very much in favor of the idea of ADUs being legalized. It would bring huge benefits to our neighborhood in the sense, if it's done correctly. Our biggest issue, and this has been brought up again, is absentee landlords and situations where only one of the occupants on the title of the house are actually living in the house, and those people don't seem to stay very long. Frankly, we're talking about parents who put their children on the title, fill their houses with a number of quasi-relatives or roommates, and then sort of move on quietly when their students leave. While I know we can't enforce everything, I can tell you that 4 of the last 5 houses that were purchased in our neighborhood in the past, I'd say 4 months, were sold to people in that situation. And so I hope that can kind of underscore why this is really an urgent issue for us. I think in general, the answer that we've kind of come up with the neighborhood is that we'd really like to see some clear metrics as to the support and resources that will be given to the zoning office, both in terms of legal abilities and pure person power, to be able to ensure that the owner occupancy and parking issues are enforced well. And if we can figure out that issue, I think that, again, this would be a huge boon to our neighborhood to bring all of the illegal and sort of gray area, grandfathered, whatever ADUs into light, so that we can kind of enforce and have licensing across the board. But again, I think a concern about the capacities of the zoning office has been an issue in the past. We also recognize as a community that the true housing crisis that Provo has been in for the past 10 to 20 years is a real issue, and that the zoning officers need to be compassionate to a certain degree. I've been on both sides of that issue. I've hid that in the basement when the zoning guy came once, a long time ago. So I think we certainly see that and want to have a constructive kind of dialogue about this. One last point that I'll make quickly is just an urging that as these regulations are put forward, that they're put forward in a manner that maintains the equity of dispersion of ADUs across the city. What I'm very concerned about is that if certain neighborhoods ask to be carved out of this law, it will put pressure on other neighborhoods to absorb the people who want ADUs. In my experience, the expense of creating an ADU on property has not been a barrier to people buying houses in our neighborhood. I'll end there and just say that thank you again for this, and I'm very hopeful for further consideration so that we can make this work properly.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have some other people on the line, but they have not raised their hand for comment. Again, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 so I know that you would like to speak. Oh, here we go. Caller with the last 3 numbers, 938. If you can go ahead. Caller 938.
Yeah, my name's Curtis Worston. I'm a resident in Provo. I just wanted to put my input. I'm kind of opposed to implementing it citywide at this time. I'd really prefer to do a more limited approach at this and kind of look at just allowing ADUs in the R110 zone. I kind of feel like there's going to be too many unknowns coming up with BYU's upcoming housing changes. I think it's going to have a huge impact in the city. And I think it makes sense to wait to implement this citywide to see the effect of this BYU change. And also just in general, if, our current enforcement tools are effective, on this owner occupancy and parking issues, there's been a big problem in Provo. I think the R110 zone is going to be an appropriate place to implement ADUs just because these are the largest lots in the city and they have the highest ownership rates in the city. So the owners are more likely to report abuses or impact to the city. And then we can come back and evaluate the effectiveness of the law. And, also these zones have large street frontage, so parking is going to be less of an impact in these areas. They're going to be more likely to provide off-street parking easily and even add detached ADUs. So, I just think, also the R1 zones throughout the whole city. So you're going to see the impact throughout the whole city, what effects this is going to have. And so I just kind of like to say that my idea is that we should probably go more limited and see what the effect says and more of a systematic approach to this. And so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have caller 011. If you could go ahead, caller 011.
This is Paul Evans, resident of Provo. Just two comments. The Pleasantview neighborhood where I live in has had ADUs for over 30 years and using both the S and the A overlay. One issue that needs to be addressed that's not mentioned in the current ordinance is that there are some homes that are allowed under the S overlay to rent to 4 singles. And so the implementation of this language will result in them losing that right that they have now. And so we need to address that in the ordinance, either by amortization or some grandfather clause that's very specific, but that really has not been mentioned. So that's one thing that I know that residents in the Pleasantview neighborhood would like to have an opportunity to talk about in terms of how that's going to be handled. And if we could do that before it moves on, that would be really excellent. Second issue has to do with the lack of internal connections when you have an internal ADU. The intent is to allow for the conversion of single-family homes into a home with an ADU, and then the relatively easy conversion back to a single-family home by the homeowner or future homeowners. And the way the ordinance reads now is you could have 2 floors, remove the stairs between the 2 floors, and to restore that back to a single-family home would be really difficult. And so I'd like to hear more about why the internal connection is being removed as a requirement on single-family homes, ADUs that are internal. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, caller 217. Would you like to make a comment? I don't see a hand raised, but that's the last caller I have.
Thank you.
Okay, let's wait about 30 more seconds. I have one more person, but they're not showing that they've raised their hand. Again, if you want to speak, if you could press *9 on your phone so we know you would want to participate. Oh, there we go. Okay, caller 217, if you can go ahead.
Hello, my name is Shannon Ellsworth and I live in Provo. I just wanted to speak in favor of this ordinance. As was mentioned previously, you can't have an ADU unless the owner lives in the home. A lot of issues will be resolved by this being an owner-occupied investment. Additionally, you can't have an ADU unless you have sufficient parking. I think that's a great regulation. On top of that, you have to get the home and the ADU inspected. So all of this is based on best practices, and I really appreciate that the city is interested in creating more affordable housing options for citizens. There is a lot of complexity with the current regulations. The A overlay allows 2 people, the S overlay allows 4 people, and then if we were to adopt further regulations, those would probably allow 3 people in an ADU. So by eliminating the A overlay and the S overlay, we could really streamline these ordinances, and that would make it easier to comply with the law and easier to enforce the regulations. I also wanted to mention another benefit of ADUs is that they disguise density. There's a lot of folks who really hate the idea of townhomes in their neighborhood. And this is a terrific solution that allows housing that is slightly more affordable within the same neighborhood and without changing the aesthetic of a home. A couple of issues that were mentioned previously was infrastructure capacity. I think that this should be studied. However, if we overload utilities by allowing a few ADUs on my street, then we're probably overloading utilities when we allow a few folks with 6 kids to move in on my street. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention internal connections. Per state law, internal connections cannot be regulated at this time. So I'm completely in favor of this ordinance as written, and I'm really in favor of streamlining our ordinances to make them straightforward for citizens to comply with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will wait 30 more seconds to see if there's any more comments. Okay, caller 094, Ruth Eldridge has her hand up again. We usually don't take a second comment. Mr. Anderson, how would you like to do that?
Boy, Ruth, if you can be brief, unless anybody objects, we'll give you another minute.
Okay, Ruth Eldridge, if you can go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just a clarification question about short-term rentals in these ADUs. Will short-term renting be allowed, or are there tenancy requirements?
Thank you. We'll add that to our list of things to talk with staff about.
Okay, let me give it 30 more seconds and see if we get any other comments. No other public comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. We will go ahead and close the public hearing then for item number 7 and turn the discussion back to the Planning Commission. Just maybe to move things along, I'm going to go ahead and throw out a couple of questions for staff right fast. The ADU short-term rental relationship, Mr. Mills, can you help us understand how these changes might involve short-term rentals or not?
Yeah, so short-term rentals are not permitted in single-family residential zones. They're only permitted in zones that would allow a hotel or lodging or something like that. Short-term rental is anything less than 30 days.
Okay. Thank you for that. There was a question, and then one of the callers helped relative to what would occur with the change in the overlays and what's currently allowed there, and people that might have currently permitted uses in those overlays, like an occupancy of 4 people. If the change was made, I think I know the answer to that. Can you help us with that one?
Sure. So in the S overlay, if someone does have an occupancy allowance of 4 occupants, that's well documented, and that would just become a legal nonconformity.
And as I understand it, they could continue to do that until they stop, and then they would lose the right to be able to do that. Okay. So I don't necessarily see a need to add language to the ordinance at all to address that. That's a really clearly established doctrine. That's my thought, but
Committees are already in our ordinance.
Oh, is it? Even better. Okay. Again, a question was raised. Sorry.
Sorry, I had a quick question in regards to that.
Okay.
Have there been problems with 4? I'm just curious why 3. Is there a reason or any reason why we're staying at 3, not 4? Because it seems like at 4, other factors would limit, like parking and other issues, would limit smaller properties and such.
I'm not entirely sure what you're saying, Mr. Henry, but our reasoning for 3, proposing a 3 occupancy limit is just to be more consistent with what our code generally allows. In the S overlay, traditionally, there was an allowance to have 4 unrelated adults because of its proximity to the BYU campus. But that's the only place where the S overlay is.
Okay, that clears up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I understood the same thing as Ms. Ellsworth about internal connections. Do you want to speak to that maybe as well, Mr. Mills?
Yeah, HB 82 requires that cities not prohibit an internal connection. I mean, traditionally cities have been required to have an internal connection. That's taken away with HB 82.
Which makes it easy for local communities. They have no choice. Okay, I just want to note a couple of things that I think I heard. I don't mean at all to put words in people's mouths, but the idea that as this is proposed, it at least potentially would spread the impact of ADUs over a larger part of Provo, I think is, for me, one of the more important components of the way that this is being proposed now. I really, really appreciate that and think that's healthy for many, many different reasons. And then also, you know, this, I think, for me, is kind of a part of the same thought. And I say this not believing that ADUs really are much more than a benign land use. But neighborhoods with larger properties, I think, see even less impact than, you know, neighborhoods maybe where you've got an 8,000 square foot average lot size versus 12,000 square feet or something like that. They inherently can incorporate ADUs in a seamless and almost invisible kind of a way, I think. But there's just a couple of takeaways that I made notes on. Commissioners, any more discussion? Anything, questions for staff, anything like that at all? Commissioner Jensen.
I had 2 thoughts or questions. The first one was, I liked the suggestion that I think it was Mr. Worson that called in made of maybe not starting it citywide, waiting to see what happens with BYU's new housing rules as students can spread further out and limiting it to the larger properties that would have the capability to absorb it with less impact. I think of that in specific to the situations I've seen most in my neighborhood where there's violations instead of people that are trying to comply. And I think it leads to parking problems and the over occupancy issues. There's stuff written into this. The language in this code is fantastic as far as the requirements that they're keeping, but where it says the property must have a legal off-street parking space for any vehicle that's associated with it. But having a legal off-street parking space and using a legal off-street parking space are 2 different things. Like, who's to say that we're sorry you have to not use your garage as a storage shed because you have too many cars. That just feels like it's a great idea in theory, but in practice, it's not going to be enforceable. So those are my concerns. My concerns really fall under these, there's a law for that would prevent it, but it would require neighbors to rat on each other or to be constantly policing each other in order to have it go smoothly. And so I think without having seen enforcement and education work well in my neighborhood before, I like the idea of limiting it to the larger lots, because it's the smaller lots that in my neighborhood have historically been the ones that are causing the most frustration for everyone. People who live on them and people who don't live on them, that are causing the overparking and are causing the illegal apartments and whatever. So anyway, I'm thinking out loud there, but just reiterating the enforcement aspect of it that becomes really tricky. And I liked that idea that Mr. Worsting just said of maybe starting on a smaller scale, especially considering we only have to have 33% and we're at 91 with this proposal. We've got some wiggle room to not bite off more than we can chew. Thanks.
Let me jump in with that comment. Actually, we've discussed this several times as well internally, and if the planning commission or if the city council were to come to the staff and ask for suggestions of, rather than a citywide approach, if there was an incremental approach, one of our suggestions would be that it be applied in the R110 zone, specifically for those reasons, larger lots that accommodate more off-street parking spaces, more room for that, those types of issues. So we've talked internally again, and if there was a suggestion that was made, what do you guys think? That's definitely one of the things that we would have considered if citywide was not something that planning commission or council wanted to consider at this time.
Anything else, Lisa? Nope. Okay. Commissioner Urquiaga.
Yes, thank you. We haven't really talked about this, and it may be that the city already has this in place, but it would make sense to me that the fee schedule for these accessory dwelling units would be such that it could help support the staff to enforce the regulations. That if we've got, needs because we have a whole lot more dwelling units, then maybe that should be built into the structure so that the people who are using those, requiring those city staffing uses are the ones who are supporting it. And so I do think that adding more people as more units are developed makes a lot of sense, so that enforcement is something that happens. And I'd love to see something like at least every 2-year physical inspection of the property if that is not done. And every year would be great, but I don't know that that's possible given how many units there are. But every couple of years having a swing through to make sure that it's still inside compliant would make sense to me. That's all.
And thank you, Commissioner Urquiaga. Commissioner Jones.
My first thought was in regards to parking. I just think that if the spots are available off the street, then it is what it is. I mean, if we're not putting in force any regulations to keep homeowners from parking on the street instead of using their garage as a storage space, if we're not regulating homeowners already, I don't think it's fair to place that kind of burden on people who are renting. And then my second thought would be, I think I am still fine with rolling out ADUs citywide, just because really when you look at it in the end, it's such a small number of dwellings. Although if staff said specifically that they felt that they weren't equipped to handle this change, that might make me think twice about supporting that. But otherwise, if staff feels capable of handling it, then I just will trust them.
I can make a quick comment to that. I'm very confident in my staff and being able to handle an increase in this. Like I said before, in January, the council has approved for us to get one more staff member, which will only help us in managing the increase in ADU reviews and approvals. So.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands. Relative to the question of maybe just starting with the R110 zone, geographically, generally, can you help me understand where that would be? Spread throughout the city, I suspect, but what are some of the neighborhoods maybe that are predominantly zoned that way?
Give me just a second and I can pull up a zone map for you, but what you would basically consider traditional single family neighborhoods in Provo.
Okay.
Generally R110.
It's a curious thought for me because frankly, usually those are the neighborhoods it seems to be where we get the most pushback from proposals for any type of new development, anything that's not exactly like what is already there.
Yes, that is true.
That is correct.
And so forth. And, you know, giving those neighborhoods an opportunity to enjoy some of the benefits of having, you know, a different housing type in the neighborhood and to just see some of the community growth, even if it's just in the form of accessory apartments, I think would be a great thing. Okay.
Yeah, so hopefully you can see my zoning map up on the screen now. This is Grandview Hill, mostly R110 area. Then switching to the east side of Provo, east of BYU campus, north of BYU campus. Again, further north in Provo, Riverwoods area. These are kind of our predominantly larger lot, single family areas of Provo. And then even a little bit further west, if my map will update maybe. A few in here. And then we have some kind of holdout, very large lot, R120. That's basically what you would be considering. Grandview, East Provo, Northeast Provo.
I appreciate that. Can you leave the map up for just a second?
I'm sorry.
I think I'm comfortable with that concept with some reluctance, and I'll maybe try to describe my reluctance. And I'm not known necessarily for being humane and caring a lot about what people think and feel, but I've had many conversations over the years that I can illustrate by picking any area, for example, that's right now zoned R18. And the conversation that would come up, I'm fairly certain, with homeowners on property that's zoned that way, if perhaps it's next to property that's zoned R110, and they were simply asking questions of staff about why not us? Why can people in the areas that are zoned R110 have accessory apartments, but we can't? I've had conversations like that many, many times over the years. And I think I'd have a hard time coming up with a very compelling argument all you can really say is, well, just because, right? Because that's what the city council said. But like from a land use regulatory perspective and trying to monitor or mitigate impacts or anything like that at all, I think it's really hard to, or maybe for now the answer would just be because the city decided to take a baby step with our 110 zoning and to see how that goes, and might revisit it later to consider other areas. I mentioned earlier our experience with starting out at a 8,000 square foot minimum lot size and how people make compelling arguments as to why it should be less than that. And, that was considered and changed. So maybe just one other thing to think about, but all in all, I really appreciate, I didn't think I would appreciate the input as much as I have tonight. I really do appreciate it. For me personally, it's been great to hear the different perspectives. Commissioner Henry.
Yeah, along with that, this idea of going to the R110s, I assume that would still include the S overlay zones that may be R18, the A overlays and those kind of things?
Yeah, we're not taking away any existing area. We might need to do a little bit of finagling as far as, do we keep the A overlay and the S overlay, and just, we would need to do some language reconstruction.
I guess that was the question. Yeah, would we? Oh, yeah, that would change it. But yeah, to keep it in the areas that already have it and then add R110. I don't know. I'm kind of leaning towards going to R18. Is it that much bigger of a step? I do want to comment on something Ms. Jones said. We do have in my neighborhood, the ADUs aren't the problem. It is the families that have married kids who have moved back home that have 5 cars on the street. Which is even funnier. My own father-in-law couldn't meet that living alone because he owns 5 cars. He's a car collector. 2 of them are on the street for convenience. And that brings up a question that sometimes there are off-street parking spaces, but they're not convenient to use as off-street parking spaces, like driveways behind garages. So people end up parking on the street anyway, just out of convenience, even though the off-street parking fits. But I do agree that, at least in my R110 neighborhood, we have so much street frontage. I mean, you can fit 3 or 4 cars in front of every home. So if 1 or 2 are out on the street, it really isn't that bothersome. But going, would it be that much more to go to the R18, Robert, in your opinion, acreage-wise?
Let me bring this up. Am I back to the PowerPoint? Is that where you can see now?
Yes.
So if you just look at the area, the line's in blue. So green is already permitted, blue is what we're adding. If you just did R110, essentially you'd be adding in R110 PD. So you'd be adding about 37% additional area. If you did R18, so this is the R18 area that's already there, pretty small actually. R18 would add another 17%. So even then you're 50 plus.
Would you also add the R120 with the R110? I don't see why we'd leave that out.
I don't see why you would leave that out. See this, you can now kind of understand the dilemma that the housing committee went through, right?
Right.
The state enables us to exclude certain areas, but what criteria would you use to exclude those areas? And so that's why the housing committee ultimately said, okay, we're just going to go the most permissive way. And if somebody can figure out a way that a really good justification of excluding someplace, then by all means, let's talk about it and everything like that. But it becomes harder and harder as you really think about it.
Right.
Especially since you've got 6,000 square foot lots that already allow accessory units. So you can't say that if they're too small, they can't do it, because you'd have to pull it out from underneath somebody in order to make that argument. And that just doesn't make any sense. We're talking about like 1% for some of these. It's ridiculous.
And to speak to that a little bit, if you look down here in this gray part where it says SDP 5, Villages at Celebration Development, that's Broadview Shores. That is excluded, kind of average lot size in there, less than 6,000 square feet, probably hovering around the 5,000 square foot threshold. And there are probably really good reasons for excluding a 5,000 square foot lot from having an accessory dwelling unit, right? Even though many of those houses in that area have 3-car garages and essentially 6 parking spaces, there's still probably a greater reason to exclude it than to include it. So you can see that there's definitely some thought that's gone into this. We've sharpened our pencils many, many times, but we're looking for you to come up with a magic formula if you haven't.
I personally think you guys may have nailed it. It's hard to make a justification to exclude any of them at this point.
Commissioner Kiaga?
20,000 square foot lot.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this and not wanting to necessarily exclude anybody, but I'm wondering if maybe a phased rollout of saying, okay, the first year we're going to apply this. I don't know if this is unworkable. And if it is, then, ignore what I'm saying. But saying the first year it applies to 10,000 square feet and up. The second year it's 8,000 square feet and up. Third year it goes to 6,000 square feet and up. And then all existing areas are grandfathered in regardless of timing. I don't know if that kind of a rollout would make a difference, especially with the BYU housing changes. And so it kind of would allow you to do a little bit of a balance there, is all I'm thinking. And that's just throwing out an idea.
Commissioner Jones.
I am kind of going back and forth because I do see this need to have like a gradual rollout, to have some kind of mitigation of allowing it at once. But really, I just keep coming back to this idea that excluding any one section doesn't necessarily make sense from like a fairness perspective, and also doesn't necessarily change the impact significantly number wise. Like there's definitely some impact, but not so much that I feel like it overbalances the very current need that we're experiencing here in the Valley. Like if we were just kind of doing this because it felt like a good step, I think I would be a lot more on board with a gradual rollout. But in my mind, the reality is we're doing this because people need it, because we need to increase the housing stock, because people would really appreciate a second little income at the moment. People who want to retire are being priced out of their homes. Our home values are rising really quickly. So to me, the small amount of benefit we would get from a gradual rollout doesn't justify the current need that we have in our market. But that's just,
I appreciate that, and just want to add a couple of thoughts relative to kind of the gradual concept, maybe incremental kind of a concept. I think most places felt that when they became more permissive with ADUs, there was going to be a much more robust, immediate response to the opportunity to have ADUs. I think it was Grand Junction, Colorado, that we looked at that among all the different communities had kind of the most immediate response. And even there, I mean, you're talking about like 2 or 3 a month. Provo is different, so the response might be bigger, but I think for me that kind of is the last thing that, and I've been kind of on the fence here for the past several minutes about maybe starting with just certain zoning districts and not everything. Right now, I am completely ready though to say housing committee and staff, thank you. You guys nailed it. And just to follow their recommendation, I think they really did put a lot of thought into it. And I'm having a hard time justifying changing from that, even if maybe there are some really good thoughts that make you wonder, right? Commissioner Jensen.
I remember a question that was raised by the neighborhood letter. Just has anyone have any words to share about whether they think this will actually raise sale prices of houses? Because that is a real concern to me if we're trying to make housing affordable and then we inadvertently make it more expensive because somebody sees a rental income in it. Does anyone have any thoughts on that?
I don't have any data on that right now, other than to say yesterday we listened to a presentation from the Kim Gardner Institute saying that from second quarter 2020 to second quarter 2021, housing prices have increased 22%. And so I don't know how much that's affected by an available ADU. The only perspective that I would just offer is we considered this from the standpoint of maybe this increases housing attainability for people, for single family homeowners that want to attain housing in these areas. This provides an avenue, a mechanism to do that, but I don't have any additional data for you, Lisa, on what it has affected the cost.
I have one experience that I think is right on with what you're asking. We had to purchase a home to expand a road. I had to buy the whole thing. And that home had an accessory apartment and it appraised for like 15% more than neighboring homes in the neighborhood would have been. It was something like that. That was the value that the appraiser gave as like a premium on the property because it was eligible to have and had rental income in the form of an accessory apartment. So I think it certainly can have that effect. But we also have dealt with a number of people that have not been able to qualify to buy a home unless they could demonstrate to a lender that indeed they were going to be able to legally have an accessory apartment. And in those cases, a lender would give them whatever credit they'd get for purposes of qualifying, counting on that rental income to qualify for homes. So I think the attainability notion that Robert just touched on is very real as well.
I would also just add that, and I'm not a real estate expert by any means, but there might also be some value to say the more universally you allow it, the more equalizing that effect might be. I got to say, this is some of the best discussion I've heard in a long, long time. This is really good.
Are you saying that because we were quiet for a little while?
Nothing implied. How come everybody takes what I say and just messes it up?
Well, I completely agree, and I appreciate everybody's patience and there's willingness to share a lot of different perspectives, different points of view, concerns, everything. I think that's what Robert's talking about. The input that we received from people that called in, likewise. I really appreciate that. We have a few options. If there are additional things to talk about tonight, we can. We could continue this. It could be recommended for approval as proposed. It could be recommended for approval with modifications. Not that you guys need me to tell you what the options are. I guess I'm trying to maybe help bring things to a fine point here. But the number of hands going up has slowed down, which sometimes is a signal that we're ready to make a motion.
Lisa's hand is.
Thank you, Commissioner Jensen.
You're so used to seeing my hand up, you didn't even notice, Dave.
It was just off the screen, sorry.
So I'm not ready to make a motion just yet. I wanted to jump on that conversation you were having with yourself about what the possible motions were, because my initial thought was that I personally wasn't comfortable recommending it for approval without an understanding of how the education and the enforcement and all of that would play out. But then there's this other part of me that's feeling like we've talked all we can, and Mr. Mills has all of our comments written down, and since we don't have the final say, and this is something that legally we have to do to some degree, maybe we need to just recommend it so that the city council, who is ultimately the final say, will fine tune it. So I don't know which of those is the right approach.
Commissioner Henry.
I think as we've gone through it, it has been excellent discussion. I don't know that, have we found anything, any new findings? I know that's in our paperwork. Is there any new findings that would have us continue or deny? And I think the housing committee and the staff has done a phenomenal job on this. I don't feel like there's much more that could be added or adjusted or any glaring issues outstanding. There are some questions, but will those questions really change the outcome? I don't think they will. I struggle to think that anything that we're going to find some catastrophic metric that's going to kill the whole thing. I don't see that happening. Could be surprised, but other cities have done it. Sounds like there hasn't been anything catastrophic in any of those cities that they've pulled it back or reduced how much it applies in their city. I'm almost inclined to just let's move forward with it and trust that the staff has done the best they can so far. And yeah, that's my comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones?
I think I echo the sentiments of Commissioners Henry and Jensen. And with that being said, I would be happy to make a motion to recommend approval. So if we feel, I can do the formal language if we feel okay. I just want to get the vibe. So I move to recommend approval of item number 7. The Provo Municipal Council requests amendments to sections 14.8.02 and other sections as noted in the item of the Provo City Code to allow accessory dwelling units as accessory uses to owner-occupied single-family attached dwellings in the agricultural A1, residential agricultural RA, and residential R1 zones, and to redefine the development standards for ADUs, citywide application.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. We have a motion to recommend approval of item number 7. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Henry. So once again, it's Commissioner Jones moving to recommend approval of item number 7, seconded by Commissioner Henry. Any discussion on the motion? I don't see any hands raised. I will just say that I think there's certainly merit in moving this on to the city council. I don't think it sends the right kind of signal when the state legislature changes rules and expects cities to get in line with those changes, to have local ordinances that are consistent with the state law, to have that process drag out much longer. Again, I don't think that necessarily sends the best signal. And I think this is definitely right for the city council now to take whatever they can glean from this conversation and everything else and take whatever action they think is appropriate. So those are my comments on the motion. Don't see any other hands raised. So once again, we will start with Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Henry.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Jensen.
Aye.
Commissioner Urquiaga.
Aye.
Commissioner Knutson.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. So the motion carries unanimously. So let's have a chat real quick about the rest of the night and what you as commissioners would like to do. Been at it for 3.5 hours. You want to take a quick break and come back and hear 5 and 6? Do you want to continue 5 and 6 to a future date? Staff, what do you think? Any thoughts?
I think it's realistic to finish them before 10, and I'm fine with going till 10. That's me.
Sound good?
Sounds
Anybody have concerns with that?
I mean, I actually need to go one way or another. So if you would like to continue, that is great, but I have to go. So.
Okay. Thank you. We can still move on with 6.
Thank you, Allie.
Allie, thank you. Yes. Does anybody want to take a quick break or just push on until 10?
We could use a quick break.
Okay.
5 minutes.
Let's do that, and let's do our best to hold it to 5 minutes. I'm seeing 9:23, so we'll start back up at 9:28 with item 5. Thanks.
Yes.
All right. Oh, wow.
What do you want for dinner?
Welcome back, everybody. Are we good to go with item number 5? Okay. I'll go ahead and read it in. The Community and Neighborhood Services Department requests an ordinance text amendment to add the airport zones to the Provo City Code as Chapter 14.17D. Airport adjacent design standards to the Provo City Code, 14.34.296, and to amend sections 14.38 relating to signs within the airport industrial zone, section 14.34.250 relating to conditional uses, and section 15.20.80 relating to supplemental landscape requirements. Mr. Weaver.
You also read in item 6.
Yep, thanks. Yep. Item 6, the Community Neighborhood Services Department on behalf of the airport director requests zone changes for the Provo Municipal Airport from public facilities, planned industrial, commercial, and agriculture to the airport zone. Mr. Weaver.
Thank you. So a few years ago, the Southwest Future Land Use Map was adopted. I know you were very aware of this. As you can see on the map, it has areas in the purple color that are classified as on the general plan as airport industrial compatible. And then there's the airport directly to the west of it. Also, it's kind of hard to see on this map, but there is an area around the airport that on this map that shows it like kind of a hashed area, and that's the airport overlay boundary is what that is. The general plan encourages economic development around the airport, utilization of the airport. It encourages having the right types of measures in place to protect encroachment near the airport. We want to have types of development that are sensitive to the land around the airport. That doesn't negatively impact the quality of life. We want to encourage business opportunities around the airport, utilizing the airport as the resource that it is becoming more and more each day, and maximize our airport for business. So this type of a chapter of code for the airport zones, it's a different format than we've had in our zoning chapter right now. It has technically has two zones within the chapter. It includes the airport zone and the airport industrial zone. Because both of these zones they interrelate a lot with some of the standards and such, for ease of use as things correlate, staff saw it best to have these zones drafted into one chapter. This is also something that's common in other municipal codes of having zones that have similar type uses crafted together. And I apologize that this is a little hard to read. Hopefully you can see this in the staff report. This is showing the permitted uses within the airport zone on the left of the column with an A at the top, and then airport industrial. These permitted uses are to encourage economic activity at the airport itself, at the airport proper, and the surrounding areas that would be potentially in the AI zone. This is to encourage, as we are getting applications for with interest in this area, this will give a zone that would allow for these types of applicants to use. Now, with the airport overlay that we have in place, there are certain things that that are not allowed. So, like example, noise, distractions, things that would interfere with operations at the airport. This airport industrial zone essentially codifies that and has uses that would be allowed within this that are not going to interfere with that. It also codifies the boundary of that overlay. So rather than looking at a map, you could look at an area description that is drafted in the code. Now, this is the area that's being proposed to be if I may say one more thing on the text, I apologize. Another thing with this, we're adding in the section for 1434-296, which is regarding design standards. The airport itself has a set of standards that are met, that are working well for it, and we wanted to have something complementary in the AI zone. Now, thinking this zone is going to be the first impression that people are going to have when they come into Provo, if they're flying in for the first time. We're putting a lot of investment in this area with the regional park, and so having set of design standards for this area to make it a good impression of what Provo is. Now, this is the area that's being proposed to be rezoned. This is all property that is owned by Provo City. This is the airport. And some aerial.
So it's just the A, not the A.
This is strictly the A zone. Nothing tonight is being proposed to be the AI zone, strictly the A zone, which that zone is solely for the Provo Airport. Aerial photos around the perimeter of the airport. This is a hangar that is at airport property. It's actually a really nice hangar if you get the opportunity to go look at it. This is on the left, TAC Air. That's the current terminal that we have with the Legion. This on the right is the new terminal being built right now. If there are any questions, staff is here to answer them. Steve Gleason is also on the call to answer anything. He's the airport director. I have not heard anything from the neighborhood. Nothing, no concerns have been brought to me. Sorry. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. We will start with Commissioner Urquiaga.
I'll actually do the real unmute myself. Just kind of a quick question, looking over the documents on page 9. At the top of it, you have a list of 3 things that are subject to regulations: fences and walls, landscape, utility services appurtenances. I'm not sure whether that subject to city approval just applies to C or to all three of them. And maybe if it's all three of them, it needs to be like above, subject to FAA regulations and city approval or something like that.
Laurie, I'm sorry, what section of the code? Prohibited
Page
uses?
9. So it's 1417. Is that D.050 projection into yards, where you've got the subject to city approval sort of seems like it's only applying to C, but then it might. And so as I was reading that, I couldn't tell whether it was all three or just the one. And I'm not sure if there are other areas where that same construction, it seems picky, but I actually couldn't literally understand which way it went. So it's the top of page 9 in the staff report.
So since there technically is no yard requirements within the airport zone, as you can see up above, the airport is allowed to build where they see fit. And Steve could answer on that a little more if you had any more clarity.
So yeah, the only question is whether that subject to city approval at the end is specifically for C, or if it is actually for A and B and C.
I see, okay.
And if
That is
it's
true.
for all three of them, then it probably needs to be outside of C.
I will take a look at this. Sure.
Yeah, and maybe I'm just being too lawyerly in looking at it, but it was, the ambiguity was unresolvable in my mind. So just for my own reason, it is all three, isn't it?
I believe so. And I did ask legal already, and nothing, that was not flagged.
Okay. That's all I have. It's just the most nitpicky thing in the world, but I had a question. And now I'm done.
Thank you. Commissioner Jensen.
I had two questions. I was wondering, Mr. Weaver, if you could show us on the map where the current airport is and where the one that they're building is, just so we can get a feel for that space.
I'm going to switch to a different, switch to here. You can see this, correct?
Yes.
Current airport, you enter off Mike Jones Parkway, you come down here, and this is where the word hacker is. I zoom out a little bit, the new airport, let me make a newer base map, I apologize. See if this does it. The newer terminal is being built down in this area right here. So you will enter and exit off of Lakeview Parkway.
That's amazing to see how small it is in relation to the whole airport property. And my other question is, will the PF zone, the public facility zone, be amended to exclude airport uses if we're going to create a zone that, because right now they're in the PF zone, is that going to be another thing that needs to be amended later on?
That could be a follow-up thing. But on this, but at the same time, if the zone is enacted here, I doubt that the PF would be able to put it back into place over here, but we could get to that at a later date.
That's all I have, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Okay. Let's go ahead and go into the public hearing then for item number, we can do a hearing for 5 and 6 at the same time, right? I think. Any objections to that? Do you want to cover, do we need to cover anything related to item 6 that we haven't already covered?
The staff has nothing more to cover.
Okay. Okay, great. Let's go ahead and do that then, if we can have staff help us with the public hearing.
Okay, so far we do not have any public comments, but let's wait 30 seconds to see if anyone comes on. No public comments.
Thank you. So we will close the public hearing for items number 5 and 6. I just have a quick question about the new terminal and when it's expected to be operational. Not really related, but kind of.
The terminal will be done probably late March, early April, but our opening date is June 1st. That's the date we'll have our first commercial flight pull into the terminal if everything goes as planned.
Wow. That is exciting.
So if I could just add quick comment to what Javin's done here. For a while, we've operated with 2 zones down here. So we've had a PIC zone, we've had a public facility zone. And in one of those zones, a hangar was actually a conditional use at one point. So it was a little silly. So this is really needed to be amended for an airport zone for quite a long time based on what other airports do and how they handle it. The AI zone that he's proposing, which I guess we'll talk about at a later date, really covers what we used to call the airport protection area, which the goal there is to just limit things that are incompatible with airports. And mostly that's housing. Airports that have had a lot of housing encroach upon them, it ends up causing a lot of problems for both the people using the airport and the people living around the airport. Airports make noise. So we've always had this airport protection area, and we're just trying to codify that now so that the landowners actually know exactly what can be done and can't be done.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any other discussion?
We have one in here.
Do you have a map that shows the F1?
The what?
So it will actually.
F3 zone.
That's the A.
This would be the airport zone.
Okay, what's the A1?
Airport industrial. So that would be as we have things come in that are on the general plan for airport industrial compatible. It would be these areas here in the purple.
So areas in the purple.
Mm-hmm. That way there's no question on what would be allowed. Hopes to streamline as projects come through.
It will also clarify for potential developers whether or not they can actually use the airport. One of our concerns is through the fence operations, that's someone who owns property adjacent to the airport and then taxis over or use the airport heavily is not allowed. So one of the things that this zone will do is let developers know that they can't go out recruiting people because they're close to an airport as though they're going to use the airport. To use the airport, you have to be in the A zone, which requires that you be part of the airport. So you be inside the fence.
Commissioner Henry.
I guess you kind of clarified this is the A and the AI zone, but tonight we're just considering the A zone. Is that correct, Mr. Weaver?
Tonight we are considering adopting the ordinance for the airport zones, which includes both airport zone and airport industrial zone. We are only considering a rezone of the airport to become the airport zone. So nothing is being proposed to be the AI zone.
Okay. But in the future, the AI zone, is that going to apply to the industrial areas around the airport?
That would be the recommended zone.
Okay. So I have one thought on that. In the approved uses, in the A and the AI zone, as we look forward to applying that AI zone, it feels to me there's some uses that are incompatible. I don't ever feel like mixing industrial is a good mixed use type of a thing. And as I was thinking about how this develops out, thinking of how developers work, developers find the cheapest land they can that meets the minimum for what they want to build. And so I get concerned seeing hotels, motels, professional office in the same zone as aircraft maintenance, air cargo terminal, and package delivery facilities. As I think about these things, I think it would be terrible if a hotel went in to a prime location for an air cargo terminal and package delivery center, while as we talk about, the first view some people get of the city, if that's a enterprise car lot, is that really what we want to see? And I just feel like as we move forward, I again feel like a master plan, just a conceptual master plan, to look at where are the best places for the best uses. If a FedEx interchange service needs to be there, you wouldn't want that between your hotel and your restaurants. But since these are both allowed, if the right developer buys the right property of land in the right order, suddenly we're splitting compatible uses with incompatible uses. So it just feels like we should at least generally master plan out where are the industrial uses that support and use the airport, and where are the visitor enhancement areas that would be hotels, restaurants, that sort of thing. And then I did find it interesting that hotels and motels are split with miscellaneous manufacturing. That just seems like a really funny juxtaposition to me. One other thing, 14.17d.070, number 2, it talks about parking being located behind the main building in the AI zone. In no case shall parking be located between the building and the primary street. And then 2 pages over, 14.34.296, building orientation. The primary entrance to structures fronting Lakeview Parkway or Center Street shall have their primary entrance face these corridors. I was curious, is that conflicting? We've got parking behind a building with the door at the front of the building with nothing allowed between them. I just wondered if that needs to be addressed. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. No, I actually have a comment. I think that there probably is certain conditions in a commercial environment where a business in that environment would probably want to have a storefront and parking along the front of the building. I don't think this is the same as the Center Street environment where, the frontage of the building on the directly adjacent to the street is paramount to parking in front of the building. I think there is a condition where a rental car service, for example, is going to want customers to be able to pull up to the building and park in front of the building and not assume that they would go behind the building to park and come into the building from behind. So I have a similar concern. I mentioned that as well. I respect your comments about master planning. I think that's good input. It's difficult to master plan property that we don't own. And generally speaking, a lot of landowners resent cities making assumptions about how property will develop. And so I think that's why we try to draft higher level legislation like zoning that suggests what we think could exist in those environments that would be appropriate, and then let developers appropriately work with landowners to identify how those properties fit together. I think as some of this starts to develop, we'll have more input and a better idea, especially as the new terminal comes online, as to the services that that we should approve nearly adjacent to it, like hotels or rental car agencies, as opposed to industrial or light industrial or warehouse space that might exist around the airport. And I think we can frame that. We may come back with suggestions about, just like we've done with freeway commercial, for example. We have freeway commercial 1, 2, and 3 now, because over time we've identified that there are specific areas where different types of freeway commercial make sense, and others need different freeway commercial opportunities. We may zero in on some of those airport uses and kind of further clarify. But I think right now, since we don't own the property, or we're not really sure exactly what the demand opportunity is, or who's going to act first, it's kind of difficult for us to master plan property we don't own.
Right, which historically we have actually, I've been through 2 airport master plans now, and we did sort of do a little plan for what's north of the airport, but we didn't do that in a master plan setting, because Keith's absolutely right. The neighbors go crazy when you start trying to master plan their land. It was hard for us to get the airport protection zone, for example. Just that little bit of master planning raised a little bit of an uproar. So we were really careful to master plan the property, just the property that we had. And I think what they're trying to do with this zone is we're trying to make it broad enough so that the property owner doesn't feel completely restricted in what the value of their land is. I don't disagree with you. There are certain things that are better to have right in front of your terminal than other things. And I'm hoping that the market itself is going to help drive some of that. People are going to see that that's not the best place for a compost yard, and just as an example, and they'll put that compost yard somewhere else because that land is too valuable to use for that. That's the hope.
And that's where I, with the idea of a master plan, as something obviously loose, we're not going to say we want a hotel here. We can't go to that level. But to almost internally for the city to say, what is the best uses in this area, this area, this area, so we can get the zoning right, so that we can avoid a compost yard going in right in front of the airport terminal. Because especially that's a great example. A compost yard, they want to go find the cheapest land they can find. And if that happens to be it, they're going to go there. Right. And so it becomes tricky just to, it is a balance. I do understand that. But just even like last week, we looked at some, in the general plan, some kind of heat maps. If there were heat maps showing, we'd prefer to have public-facing entities here and warehouse-facing entities here, and just something that helps guide developers to say, look, you're going to have some pushback if you try and do industrial in this area, even though it may be allowed. But that's where, again, I think to master plan it in a way that allows you to look at the zoning, so we get the zoning right, to avoid having a car lot between your restaurant and your hotel. So.
No, I agree 100%. I think one of the things we're going to find is, to Steve's point, I think the market will, I'm not arguing. I think any level of thought and input we can provide is always helpful. But I think the market is strongly going to drive this decision. As soon as that new airport terminal is done, the land opportunity for that property around it for hospitality or for rental car space or whatever is far going to supersede anybody that might potentially want to do anything else. I mean, just as an example, the mulching operation that was anticipating going over there we've been working with them very closely to find alternatives to them. They already recognize the higher potential use and value of that property as opposed to what they had thought before the new terminal was under construction. So I think some of those shifts start to naturally occur as it develops. But our ability to guide people, I think, is always helpful.
And Brian, to answer your question, Keith, about design, I think some things can be tweaked. I spent a great deal amount of time either driving through industrial zones next to airports on Google Maps, looking at areas and thinking, I don't want to drive on the backside of a huge warehouse wall. I want it to be something that has something interesting and interacts more than just driving through the back of that. And again, if that's the first impression, I don't want that to be the first impression of a city, but I think some tweaks can be made.
Right. I stayed at an airport hotel once that was in an industrial park with no restaurants, and it was miserable. I ended up renting a car to go to the city because there was no way for me to get away from that area. So,
and speaking of that, also, I mean, this Southwest Future Land Use Map has areas that have mixed use, so we could have other areas that have potential of that once those go in place.
Right. Two more quick things, just typos that I noticed. One makes it wrong. 1438076, 1D. It says projection. Signs shall now project more than 18 inches.
That was corrected already. So there were a few things that have been corrected since that staff report was sent out.
Okay. And so then the height one on the next page, the sign shall such signs exceed.
That's been corrected.
Okay, cool. I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner Jensen.
I just kind of wanted to point out something I asked Mr. Weaver about yesterday. The vehicle rental facility is permitted in the airport zone, but not in the airport industrial zone. And he explained to me that that was because the storage of the cars would take up a lot of valuable space, so they could store them off-site, which is what it says there. But what was the logic for hotels being okay, but not car rental places? I'm just wondering why one made the cut and not the other.
I think hotels don't take up as much space as a car rental facility off-site, and if we want to best use the land around the airport for those uses, there are other zones that allow for that are nearby that we have that supply for it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you had a chance to speak to that since we were talking kind of about those things. Thank you.
I'm just curious if there's ever been conversations with like folks in the hospitality industry or something like that about putting a hotel out near the airport. Like, I would be prone to think that maybe those services would be provided closer to I-15 or something like that. And yeah, I could see like a car rental facility out there, but not necessarily a hotel.
Well, whether they're actually whether one gets developed there or not, Dave, is still up for debate. But I have had conversations with developers that are thinking about that prospect and where it might make the most sense to capitalize on the airport opportunity. So I can't say exactly, where the best location would be, but, typically speaking, around most airports, proximity to a hotel for people that come in and out of town seems important. Whether that needs to be directly adjacent to the airport or closer to I-15, I mean, I don't really know. I think the market will drive that, but there are some developers that are looking at that right now.
Cool.
Flight crews definitely want proximity to the airport.
Or if your flight is delayed or canceled, it's nice to just stay close in case your flight gets reconnected. You're really close by.
But like for most airport purposes, I-15 is really close to our airport, so. But why not? If somebody wanted to do it.
They usually stay in the East Bay area. That's where flight crews will go. They also have agreements with the Marriott downtown. So distance to the hotels hasn't been an issue as much for flight crews as it will be when we become a base, say for Allegiant, and they have crews that are stationed here more frequently, then that becomes a higher use. It's pretty rare right now that a crew spends the night here.
Yeah,
if they
why
do,
not?
It means something went wrong.
Yeah,
Like on that flight to Tampa that I was on a couple of weeks ago.
Were you on the one that went till 4:30 in the morning or the one that went the next day? Yeah, I was working that flight too. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I was one of the nice people who talked to you in the middle of the night.
I'm glad. And I'm glad you're one of the kind people.
Okay, anything else for items 5 or 6?
I'd be happy to make a motion.
I think we're ready for that.
I would like to make a motion that we recommend to the municipal council that they approve this proposed ordinance amendment to add the airport zones to the Provo City Code as chapter 14.17D. And make all the other listed amendments that are in item 5.
Thank you. We have a motion to recommend approval of item 5. Do we have a second?
I will second.
That was Commissioner Knutson. Thank you. Commissioner Jensen moved to approve item 5. Commissioner Knutson seconded the motion. Any discussion on the motion? I don't see any hands raised. A little different order here now with Commissioner Jones gone. Commissioner Henry.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Urquiaga.
Aye.
Commissioner Jensen.
Aye.
Commissioner Knutson.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Motion carried unanimously. Anybody want to make a motion for item number 6?
I would happily do that as well.
Thank you.
The font just freaked out. I would like to make a motion that we recommend approval of item 6 to the municipal council, requesting a zone change for the Provo Municipal Airport from public facilities, planned industrial, commercial, and agriculture to the airport zone.
Okay, once again, thank you, Commissioner Jensen. Motion to recommend approval, item number 6. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
That was Commissioner Urquiaga. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, once again, Commissioner Henry.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Urquiaga.
Aye.
Commissioner Jensen.
Aye.
Commissioner Knutson.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Motion carries 6-0. Anything else we need to talk about tonight? From staff?
Well done, team.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all. I did it in 4 hours. That wasn't too bad. So thanks a lot. Everybody have a good night. We're adjourned.